Hello, hello, hello. Are we live? Is everything sounding all right? Is everything going good? Rebel! Holy shit, you remembered. Oh, that's it. I said holy shit in the first 30 seconds. I'm demonetized now. Oh, wait, I was never monetized, so we're good. What's going on, Rebel? How are you? Uh, how was the show last night? Really? You didn't get one last week or just busy? Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was a slow news day up until everything happened with Mike Walls. It was actually a good show last night. Yeah, I dropped in for like 2 seconds, said hi to everybody, and then bounced the fuck out. So I didn't, I didn't watch. I was just like, what the fuck? I'm actually surprised because usually it's yeah, and there she is, Sheree, greatest mods on these internets. It's usually the first one in here. Rebel beat you this time. I can't believe it. Yeah, I mean, like basically, man, man. Let me tell you, for a guy who doesn't want war, we've been bombing those Houthis for like 48 days straight or something. Just like, what the hell are we doing? Like, all kinds of, and like really non stories. Like, most stuff is a non story at this point. Like, I don't know, the Thunderbolts, as far as Marvel films go, Thunderbolts came out. Apparently, reviews have been mixed. I'm leaning more towards it's probably going to be a shit show, like most Marvel films nowadays. But I know some of the spoilers are like Taskmaster apparently dies in the first like 2 minutes of the movie. And then Sam Wilson, the Falcon, that Captain Amalgam, yeah, Amalgam, right? Because he isn't really like Captain, like everybody says he's Captain America. I don't see it. He doesn't have super soldier serum. That's Captain America's super soldier serum and the shield, right? But apparently he sues them at the end of the movie for using the name New Avengers. So, like, legitimately, like, I don't know. I've heard the one girl, whatever her name is, Pew or whatever. My wife calls her the pudgy Black Widow, the blonde Black Widow or whatever, the pudgy one. She apparently is like the main star of the movie. But outside of that, like I heard, I don't know, just everything I've read and seen, all everything sounds like it was just like middle of the road to lower end crap. But that is Disney Marvel nowadays. Just a shame. Just a shame. I'm like all out of sorts today. I mean, it's legitimately it's just kind of been kind of a boring week. I'm not gonna lie. Like just a lot of chilling like a villain and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, I had this argument with somebody who like they've never read comics, they've only seen the movies. We do this shit. Yeah, I'm not mad at it either, Shirai. You're right. Sometimes boring is a pleasant change of pace. But yeah, I'll be doing Eye of Agamotto tonight, knocking this out. Um, knock this guy out real fast, and then hopefully have time to do Donkey Kong, who some of you guys remember. I did a smaller version and it cracked and bled out in the middle of the stream. So that was on Friday Night Fuckery, the least viewed stream I think I've ever done. Um, and then, well, I'll show this off real quick. So I doubt you guys will know who this is because you're not really super comic book nerds as far as I know. But this one's actually a bigger print. And it is a creepy ass character. It's actually one of the newer characters that I actually really enjoy. It's a Batman villain. Yes, we don't speak of Fridays. That's correct, Shrey. We Friday talk is bye bye. But the print on this one actually came out really good and extra fucking creepy. Let's grab his little head. His arms aren't going to go on so well. But I don't even know if you guys know who the hell this is. See if I can't get these arms in there correctly. But yeah, this one I'm actually looking forward to painting. It is, let me see, will the arm stay? The one will, the one won't. The left arm will stay, so I can do this. Does anybody watching the stream know what character this is? Oh, there goes an arm. There goes the other arm. There goes his whole body. Oh God, no. He's actually pretty solid though. But here's his face. So, I want to say 5 years ago. Well, actually, it's probably like 5 or 6 years ago at this. It's got to be longer than that. Anyway, DC Comics, they did this thing. It was called Metal, and it was a whole bunch of multiversal shit and everything else. But the big thing that came out of it was there's these 5 Batman amalgamations that came out. One had the power of Superman, basically. Actually, he was more like cross with Doomsday than Superman, right? And then I can't remember what his name was. There was one that was like combined with the Flash, like so you had super speedster powers and all this, and they were all evil. Well, the last one was called The Batman Who Laughs, and that's who I printed. This is the Batman Who Laughs. And what actually ended up happening was the Joker died fighting Batman and hit him in the face with this like with Joker gas. And Batman actually merges with the Joker. Like it's a Jokerized Batman is what it is. And he's called the Batman Who Laughs, and like he has all the brilliance of Bruce Wayne, but that like insanity of the Joker. He's actually a really badass character. So the Batman Who Laughs. But I'm looking forward to when I actually do paint that one. This fucking thing, this Agamatto should go rather quickly, I would say. I'm going to say this one's going to be a quick as shit. We'll be done with him. But yeah, like I said, not much has been going on. I mean, there is stuff going on with politics. But it's none of it's good, none of it's really bad. A lot of people doing the grade, like the 100-day grade for Trump. What would you guys rate his 100 days at? Would you rate him like F, A, you know? The Eye of Agamotto. Right now, I'm just going to knock it out real quick. Just debating on which golds to use. Let me see. Which, if you don't know what the Eye of Agamotto is, it in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it held the Time Stone. I'm hearing some fucked up shit in the backdrop. I don't know. Can you guys hear that shit? The Eye of Agamatto. Give me 1 second. I got to check on something. I'll be right back, guys. God damn it. Go knock off all that nonsense. A minus. Oh, and quick shout out to David Bond. He took #1 on the leaderboards for the thing for worldwide, global on Marvel Rivals. Congratulations, David. He didn't sleep for like 3 days or something and hammered that shit out. A minus. Okay. Sheree, what do you think? What do you think Trump's grade was? A minus or a B? Yeah. I'm at a C with Trump. Not a C plus, not a C minus, right in the middle. There's some stuff I think he got 100% right. There's some stuff that I don't think he accomplished. I think it's a good start. Um, Honestly, I think he needs more time, is where I'm kind of at with him. Um, but yeah, I think he needs more time to cook because there's certain shit. I think what my grade would have been higher if there wasn't a lot of on day one. I will on day one. I will. So the border, okay, A plus on the border, right? But let's talk about the war between Russia and Ukraine. Day one, I'll have that problem solved. Okay, well, even in the first month, 30 days, still wasn't solved. If anything, you're fighting with Zelensky in front of the press. So to me, it's stuff like that, like the border. All right, did he kill Wokoff basically in the government? Kinda. Doge, in my opinion, is kind of a fail. Like it's a success, but a failure at the same time. And like I said, maybe revisiting it in the next 6 months. We'll see. But they went from we're going to find $2 trillion in fraud, waste, abuse. Went from 2 trillion. Then they moved that marker to a trillion, and now it's only 160 billion that they've actually found. And I mean, yeah, could it go forward? I mean, Elon Musk is leaving it, but we'll see. But yeah, the war. The only ceasefire we've gotten in Gaza, though, you got to give Trump credit. He organized that ceasefire. It lasted, and then of course Israel broke that. Um, Bombing Yemen, in my opinion, I think that was kind of bad, considering that a lot of those shipments have nothing to do with us. They have to do with our allies, not us. That's one of those, are we policing the world? And if anything, I'm actually a little worried about Yemen. I'm actually a little worried about that shit. I'm not going to lie, a little. Because, so the thing is, we've been bombing them for 48 straight days, right? Hexeth, Pete Hexeth, put out a tweet telling Iran, we warned you, stop sending them arms or some shit like this. The thing is, I don't want that escalating into a war with Iran. That's fair, Sheree. I mean, like I said, everybody's opinion is it's your opinion. You're allowed, you're entitled to have it, you know. But like I said, to me, ending the wars, stuff like this, prices. He addressed the egg prices and stuff like this, but also because he hasn't like gone hardcore with the tariffs, like we still there's been no trade deals. Like April 2nd, I think it was. Yeah, it was April 2nd was supposedly Liberation Day with these tariffs. Now, granted, he's gained a lot of American money with them, like as far as investment. So I think it's something like $7 trillion has been invested into America since that shit went out there. However, it's going to take time for factories to set up this, that, and the other thing, and he hasn't reached any trade deals outside of it's looking like he might have one with India, which is a big accomplishment. But like I said, all this stuff is like I think he needs more time to cook on the first 100 days. Now, granted, like Biden administration, I gave them like an F minus for their first 100 days. So I'm kind of a harsh critic, but a lot of it is, a lot of my judgment is Trump's like his rhetoric basically when he was on the campaign trail of on day one I'm going to on day one. But if you were to ask him, he'd even tell you like, yeah, I may have said day one in that speech or whatever, but there was no way that I was going to pull off day one with like Russia Ukraine. Like it's an impossible. It's impossible. Yeah, 100 days. You're not wrong, Sheree. 100 days is very, very. It's a short window of time. Now, has he gone out and hit the ground running and everything? I'd like I said, I think the place where he's killing it right now is fucking shutting down the southern border, is dealing with all that stuff. Um, dealing with illegal immigration and all that. I think he's doing a very good job for this size of the pile of shit. He's definitely gone in there with a shovel and a pressure washer, to get that stuff out of here. But at the same point in time, people keep tying him up in court and stuff, and I mean that was to be expected. It's 110% to be expected because we all know what the actual game is. Anybody with any kind of brain looking at it goes, well, why would you want all these fucking people in here? Oh, I see. You want to try and give them amnesty, make them voters. Now they're indebted to you. And you basically replaced all the people that have been like, yo, Democrats ain't doing shit for me. That's what your goal was. Oh, okay. That makes sense. But the whole thing is, it just got thwarted. I don't know. I see, stuff like Amazon is about to start putting on their shit, tariffs. Like, well, we're raising our prices because of the tariffs, everything else. Now, here's the thing: are we not going to buy those products when they put that price on? Is it actually shit getting hit with the tariff, or is it just them? Hey, I need more money so I can send more celebrities into space in my penis space shaped or penis shaped spaceship. Like Jeff Bezos fucking being a greedy motherfucker. Because that's definitely going to play a role in there. Like I, I don't know. Our economy needs to stabilize, and like Mister has said on here, I've said on here, you got to give it time to cook. It's not the market's going to go up, the market's going to go down. It's down, I think, 6 points. That's nothing, right? It's not down like 600 or 60 points or some ridiculous number. It's down 6 points. The market does that all the time. So just people are panicking because they're unsure of what's going on. But like I said, I give them right around to C. And like Sheree had pointed out, I guess my main logic here is that it just hasn't been enough time. Like he needs more time to cook. And honestly, he would have gotten a higher grade from me had he just. Well, that's something that we're gonna have to work on. It probably won't be day one. It'll probably take like 6 months to hammer out a deal, something like that. Like if he had given a realistic timeline on certain things, I think I would have graded him higher. But because he, you know, just spit all that shit out of, oh, I'll have that fixed on day one. I mean, now technically it's not even Russia Ukraine isn't even his war. That's some shit started under a former administration and he inherited it. So fact that but I also think that if he does get a peace deal struck between the two sides, I think we're going to see Trump win a Nobel Prize. I really do. And like I can just imagine people's fucking heads blowing off their shoulders if he wins the Nobel Peace Prize. Because it's just like, oh shit. Um, Honestly, he probably should have won the first administration for what you call it, the Abraham Accords, where he actually brought Saudi Arabia to the table and shit like that, and Qatar and all that stuff. But man, I don't know what the hell. What is the deal with Israel? Israel just like I don't know if October 7th was like it just set off a bloodlust in that country or what. And I'm not talking about civilians. I'm talking about their government, right? But it seems to me like that shit I was talking about last week with Iran, where Hexeth, Tulsi Gabbard, and JD Vance all came out and said, hey, if we do this, if we support Israel in bombing Iran, then, we're going to get into another war here with Iran. Now, granted, it's heading that way anyway, because I have this feeling with Pete Hexeth putting out that tweet saying, Iran, you were warned and all that stuff. I'm guessing they're sending arms and shit to the Houthis that we're currently bombing. So technically, you could use that as a jumping off spot to get in a war and say, well, you're supplying, arms to the enemy, for example. Um, I don't know. I think it's a bad idea, and like I said, I praised Tulsi Gabbard, I praised Heath, Hegseth, and Vance for all like advising Trump, hey, don't do this, don't go get us into a war with Iran. We don't need more wars. We need to focus on what's going on here. We need to focus on what's going on in America. Like I thought that was the whole point to make America great again, isn't to be going overseas and starting a whole bunch of shit. It's about reinforcing our country, bringing home our values, and presenting ourselves as the best place on the planet Earth. Which, my opinion, of course, America, I think we have flaws, but I do think we are the best place on planet Earth. Like I don't think there's too many countries that are better. It's definitely not the UK. You just ask David or Danny Boss. They're pretty disappointed with their shit right now. Um, One of the things that I was laughing my ass off about though is people blaming Donald Trump for the Prime Minister of Canada, like the dude who was running on the conservative end of things, losing. And everybody's like, oh, it's Donald Trump's fault because he kept calling Canada the 51st state. Well, if the American president has that much influence in your election, then maybe you actually are the 51st state. Like, if you're more worried about them than your candidate. The reason why that dude lost was because he fucking was lazy as all get out. I've never seen a candidate so lazy. I saw one news blurb on the conservative candidate. That was it. I didn't see him campaign really anywhere. I think the only talk show he went on was like Jordan Peterson or podcast or whatever. Like he just expected to win. Like it was the same thing. He might as well have been Kamala Harris. Like he was just like, yep, just hand me the keys to the car. Like, yep, I don't need to earn nothing. We don't like Trudeau and everything's gone to shit. So you can just hand over the keys, but it doesn't work that way. If somebody else is hustling their ass off and you're being lazy about things, you're going to lose every damn time. Yeah, they were the longest 4 years of your life. I could imagine. Yeah. I mean, I don't want us to be isolationist either. Don't get that messed up. I think if we pull out of everything, we leave a vacuum in the world where some other foreign power is going to fill it, whether it be China, Russia, you know, take your pick. Somebody else is going to step in and fill the role that America's filling. But at the same point in time, we don't do that shit to our own detriment, you know? It's like doing an oil change on a neighbor's car but your engine's like needed an oil change forever, and unless you can do both of them at the same time, then focus on yours first, then go help the neighbor. Um, yeah, but I 110% like that dude didn't hustle at all up in Canada. The conservative, I can't remember what his name is. I watched a couple interviews and with him, or not really even interviews. It was just like news spots with him, and he like I said, I think he just expected to win. He was like Justin Trudeau is dog shit. I should win, but Justin Trudeau dropped out. You're not running against Justin Trudeau. That's like imagine if Trump debated Biden and just stopped campaigning after that and was just like, oh no, I beat him on the campaign trail, all this stuff. And no, Donald Trump kept hustle. He kept going out doing more and more dates. And he was running against somebody a lot younger than him, who was a complete putz. Like just outperformed and blew her doors off. Like his work rate was unreal. And, I'm pretty sure that prime minister candidate, I don't even think he's close to Trump's age. Like he's kind of younger, like I'm gonna say like 50s, 60s, right? So it's like you're letting this old ass man basically jog circles around you. You fucking suck. Paul Libier. Yeah, that's it. What's up, Rebel? Fucking Rebel's been here since the beginning. Jesus Christ, guys, I am fucking like off my rocker today for some reason. What's up, Stranded? How are you? Yeah, he just like I said, it's disappointing, and but yeah, I straight up people like Ben Shapiro or whatever are sitting there like, oh yeah, it's all Trump's fault. It's like, no, you fucking asshole. Which Ben Shapiro pisses me off to no end anymore. Like I can barely stand him at all anymore. Like he is definitely 110% like he's not America. Ben Shapiro is not America first. Ben Shapiro is Israel first, and how can I inspire Americans to help Israel blow up other people? Like I said, October 7th. I don't know what the fuck if it unlocked some kind of inner demon, but yeah, Ben Shapiro is definitely one of them demons. Like the shit that comes out of his mouth anymore. Why the Eye of Shagamoto? Knocking it the fuck out, dude. I've had this thing sitting on the desk for a long ass time at this point. It needs to get painted. It needs to get done. I'm gonna run a cord through the two holders at the top, and then just hang it up on the wall somewhere. But I figured I wanted to do something for Doctor Strange, but didn't want to do actual Doctor Strange because he's not my favorite of the Marvel characters. Like never has been, never will be. Hell, maybe I'll even mail this thing down to good old Paul, who main plays him on Marvel Rivals. Send it down to Alabama. Hook him up. I still got to mail out David's shit too. I got it sitting here, but he asked for like beef jerky, and keep telling him like what kind of candy. He won't tell me. He's a total tit. That David Mon character, Mister Second Name. Yeah, but you know what? That's a good thing. I like the fact that Michelle Obama put out a podcast and it flunked and flopped and just crashed and burned. I like the fact that Gavin Newsom does a podcast and then everybody just makes fun of him for it. That's fucking great. You want more people talking. Like, even if it's somebody you don't agree with, you kind of want to hear it. And that's why I haven't, like, I'll still listen to Ben Shapiro here or there because while I don't agree with all this shit, I do like to hear what he's saying. It gives me an insight into how neocons and war, people who actually don't mind blowing up small children and shit as long as they are, not their own. Like, oh yeah, like if you had 1,000 Palestinian kids and like one bomb's gonna kill all of them, and then one Israeli kid is in that mix, man, they ain't dropping that bomb because of that one Israeli kid. Like he's shown his true colors of who he is. It's like Matt Walsh, same thing. He's a weird fucking guy. Like, I mean, a very weird fucking guy. He was on Tucker Carlson. He was talking, and some of the shit you can completely get behind and agree with, right? But then there's other stuff he says, like he's talking about raising his kids, and he's like, "Yeah, we don't do screens in my house. We have one TV, all this. Okay, that's fine. I can understand that. He's got like six fucking kids, but he's like, yeah, my one kid was jonesing for the tablet. He's like, and I took the tablet and threw it out. And I'm thinking to myself, like, yo, are you a complete asshole? Like, you didn't go, okay, I could see you doing that in front of the kid, but then later on pulling that shit out of the trash. Like, if I was your kid, I would have gone into the trash after you left the room, taken the fucking tablet, and fucking hid it somewhere in my room because you're an asshole. Wait, why does Ohio suck for cigarettes and vape smokers? Yeah, David's hardcore. He just played through all the damn Borderlands, so that'll be an interesting talking point. But I'm more interested in hearing what Ohio did to smokers and vapors. Like, trust me, I'm kind of pissed off. Like in general, as a cigarette smoker, I'm pissed off as it is because they raised the taxes and the prices on it so much. But then I look at because here it's like five something a pack, and you go to New Jersey and that shit's like $16 a pack. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you'd need a whole like third job just to fucking afford your cigarette habit. But yeah, I really want to see what Stranded says about what Ohio did to them. They raised the taxes on it where it's like stupid incredible. Something. All right, all that's got to go gold underneath. Seal in here has to go gold. Damn, this thing's basically just a big golden fucking bunch of shit. Because I can tell you now, one of the things that has me pissed off currently with the tobacco industry is there is this big corporation called STG. They are overseas. So I want to say it was like, I want to say it's Norway or something like that. Might even be England. But the American pipe tobacco company is called Sutliff. And they were actually owned by one called Mac Baren, Scottish company, right? Had bought them up and they just bought McBaron out. That Sutliff had their major plant in Virginia, like down in Virginia in America. Yeah, they fucking shut that shit down, discontinued everything but three of their flavors, and they had like 28 different pipe tobaccos. They wiped all that shit out and then took the machines because they cost more to ship them overseas and back to wherever it is, Dutch or Dutchland, Norway, whatever, and fucking smashed the machines. So even if they wanted to bring back some of these flavors on tobacco, it's gone. Like, so I had to buy, like, I got like a pound and a half, I want to say, of the strawberry flavor they have for pipe tobacco. It's like one of my favorites, but they're not going to produce it anymore. Wow, really? So they did away with menthol cigarettes. So basically, what you're telling me is, I'm guessing those zip codes are predominantly black, right? So what you're telling me is they passed a law that was racist towards black people, because I am a menthol smoker myself. Um, but yeah, I know Joe Biden was talking about doing that at a federal level too, of blocking menthol cigarettes, because he said that more people in the black community enjoy menthols than basically like white people. Some bullshit like this, and that's just fucked. That's total fucking bullshit hosiery. But yeah, I would be like, yo, your law is basically doing it. It's discrimination. Like all they're gonna do, really, is that shit's gonna become like somebody like me who lives in down here, like goes and buys up 20, 30 cartons of Newports or whatever, Marlboro menthols or what have you, and I fucking just fast pace them up to Ohio. Like, let's start a triangle trade. You know, I like shipping cigarettes up one way, getting weed back the other way. Like, smoke for smoke. Oh shit, Megatron, what's up, man? How are you? Still out there massacring people on the high seas or what, brother? Yeah, that's insane. I What I would do is I would either get it shipped somewhere where it's not close to where, I mean, if you're close to a border, I don't know how far you are in Ohio, but figuring a way of getting that shit shipped to like as close as you can to the border or what have you, and then just driving picking it up. Like you'd have to order in bulk. So you'd have to order further out than normal. Wow. So the game is completely dead, Mega. Oh, dude, that's fucking brutal. Stranded, and they fucking hit you with the fucking like, oh yeah, well that's just it. So when I first came to South Carolina from New Jersey, my cigarettes were like $3 a pack, right? Or no, they were 250, 225 a pack when I got here, and they were already like $7 in New Jersey, right? So I was like, holy shit. And what ended up happening was my wife had pointed it out to me. There's no tax stamp on the bottom of a pack of cigarettes in South Carolina at that point in time. Well, the state got smart, slapped their own state tax on those cigarettes, and because they did that shit, the price started jumping. Like it just went up exponentially. Yeah, and you're not wrong, Red. It is. It's definitely a type of class warfare because rich people can afford those cigarettes or that vape juice or that extra $40, right? And there's a reason why I know people that went to vaping because they couldn't afford cigarettes anymore. And it was just simply more fiscally responsible for them, even though it's a bad habit. And I don't recommend anybody start smoking cigarettes or vaping or any of that shit. But, you know, it was one of those things where there was a point in time where only really rich people could smoke. And then it became kind of common. As a matter of fact, it's part of the reason why marijuana was outlawed. Because with tobacco, you have to cure it, you have to age it, you have to do a whole bunch of stuff to it to make it where it is that smokable consumable, right? Weed, you can just throw on the fucking ground. It springs up on its own, basically. You can pluck the buds off and smoke, let them dry for a little bit and smoke them. So it was like this tobacco company, like a lot of them, went in and fucking went to Congress and lobbied Congress and they made all kinds of shit. That's where Reefer Madness comes from. Is an anti-weed campaign basically by the tobacco companies because it was like shit. If weed gets out there like this, more people are going to smoke weed than they are cigarettes. Cigarettes are addictive and the whole nine yards. What's going on, Danny? How are you, Danny Boss? Damn, I got all kinds of people dropping in. I'm shocked. It's good to see Megatron. I haven't seen him in like months. Listening to fucking Creed. Oh, that's just fucking great. Uh, fucking Creed. They're definitely a Christian rock band. Definitely a Christian rock band. Somebody was arguing with me one time about that. Like, Creed is not Christian rock. I'm like, oh, yes, it is. Just listen to My Own Prison. Lion is Jesus, stuff like that. Craziness. Yeah, that's true, Mega. You never know when you're going to show up. And usually when you pull up, it's like, oh, well, looks like we're going to have a whole lot of boat sinking going on. Kind of miss them days, I'm not going to lie. Reefer Madness is fantastic. That is one of those cult classics. People just, they smoke weed and then fucking go nuts and like murder their girlfriend and shit and jump out a window. Like, what? I mean, if anything, you don't have the motivation to do shit when you're baked. Like, I think it was a bunch of stoners that actually came out with the DVDs over. I don't think it. I think they just didn't want to hit the rewind button on the VCR, so they came out with DVDs so you could just skip all that. Seether? Yeah, I've heard of Seether. Fucking Seether. Dear Lord. Need Bina in here. She'll tell you all the how her favorite band when she was a kid was Kaja Gugu. Volbeat? I've never heard of Volbeat. I don't know. What's impressive though is, like I said, David is quite younger, but he's actually not a bad guitar player. Um, and I would recommend different songs to him because I would hear what he was listening to in the background while we're playing games or whatever. And some of them he actually like really he was like, oh yeah, hell yeah, like Like, yeah, listen to like Dire Straits' Sultan of Swing. Listen to the guitar part in this. Listen to Stranglehold by Ted Nugent, you know? Just listen to the guitar he rips on this fucking song. Some of them classics. It's unfortunate. Music today is like all bubblegum bullshit. Bullshit! Like it really is. You listen to some of this crap. Like, you guys kind of sound all the same. Nobody even has their own, like, style, you know? Maybe I'm just old. Maybe it all sounds different and I'm just the one who's, like the idiot. It's a good chance. Definitely a good chance. I am old. Definitely getting there. Johnny Cash, Elvis, and Metallica. That's that's really odd. That sounds like an odd mix. So it sounds like it's heavy, very slow and dark, so kind of like a typo negative. But then you got the front man out there, baby, singing all nice and slow. Yeah, it sounds like it could be interesting. Let's see what we got here with this eye. I think it's coming out. Definitely holding the runes and everything. What's going on, Steve? How are you? Good to see you, man. Just shooting the shit really at this point. Like I said, I'm kind of out of it. Like it's gonna be a lazy fucking stream. Like I'm painting gold on a thing. Like that's how lazy this fucking stream is at this point. Um, I mean, I wrote down like news articles or whatever that were happening throughout the week, but like most of them were fucking boring shit. Like nothing real. And like Sheree had said at the beginning, it's kind of nice to have a boring week, you know? Can't always be like, oh, well, we just started World War III and California fell into the sea. And, oh, yeah, by the way, Donald Trump had a stroke on stage and shit his pants. Like, it can't all go down like that every week. If I'll tell you what, Steve, if that were true, everything I touched turned to gold. I would fucking buy everybody like their own house and all kinds of shit because I'd just be like, here you go. That's worth about $500 million right here. I just touched your $5,000 piece of shit car with the wheels falling off of it. I'm gonna just touch that right here on the bumper, and it's solid gold. Just the engine block alone, it will buy you two houses. You know, I would just hook everybody up. Gold would be worthless in this world at that point. Like it would just lose all value because I would just overinflate everybody. Like everybody would just be like, you get a gold bar, and you get a gold bar, you get a gold bar. I'd walk up to a homeless guy and be like, "Excuse me, sir, is that you? Are you taking a shit right there on the sidewalk?" He'd be like, "Yeah." I'd put a glove on my hand and then reach down and just make the gold like touch go through the glove and hit his shit and be like, "There you go, cash that in, buddy. That's your next 5 crack rocks." Like right there, just there you go. Don't OD now. I would definitely like just hook everybody the fuck up. What's up, Bubba? How are you, Bubba? Oh my god, he spray painted his rims gold? Wait a minute. David wants to be turned into gold member. If I remember correctly, didn't he dip his willy in gold and it burned off? Well, yeah, but here's the thing. If you turn the glove to gold, right, while touching the shit, wouldn't it spread out because now the glove and the shit are connected? You see what I'm saying? So it would be like the tip of the glove would be touching the shit, and you would be funneling your Midas touch through the glove into the shit because they are technically interconnected. Like, man sells own shit for $500,000. That would be fucking an amazing story right there. I'm standing here on the corner of 4th and Rittenhouse, and Mr. Billy King here was taking his shit when a man walked up, approached him with a glove, and touched his excrement and turned it directly into gold. He is now a rich shitter. Thank you for the gold, but I really just wanted some toilet paper, sir. Started saying stuff like, "You ain't lying." Holy shit. Yo, and you know what's funny is I know people like that. I knew kids that dressed up like they was Vanilla Ice. Like, ice, ice, baby. Doo 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 doo. That dude, that song, Ice Ice Baby, is like the most. I think it's the biggest single in history or something, isn't it? Some ridiculous. It's got some ridiculous stat like that, like most played song ever or most bought song ever. Some shit like this, like where Vanilla Ice never has to work again. The world's full of wannabes, and hey, hey, hey. I just remembered, don't pretty fly for a white guy. All the girlies say he's pretty fly for a white guy. The chat went quiet. Well, let's see. What the hell else did I have going on? Fucking Oh yeah, we did sign a deal with Ukraine though for their mineral rights. So I have this weird feeling now that deal's signed. Basically, Russia's going to invade them completely, destroy them, and then Vladimir Putin's going to be like, "Yeah, you guys still got mineral rights, just going through us now, Trump." And Trump's going to be like, "Okay, well, as long as we're getting our money out of this." But I could definitely see like them going and fucking decimating Ukraine. Stranded, it was David Bowie and Queen. That's Under Pressure. Ice Ice Baby? Yeah, that was a big thing. It was like a huge lawsuit. But Ice Ice Baby was Under Pressure by Queen and David Bowie. He completely ripped it off. Same thing with MC Hammer with Super Freak by Rick James. You can't touch this. Dan, 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 dan. You can't touch this, right? That shit was a ripoff of Super Freak by Rick James. Like you can literally play one song and then the other. You'll be like, what the fuck? It's the same song. I think one of the biggest ripoffs ever was if you ever anybody who knows Huey Lewis in the News, I want a new drug. The theme from Ghostbusters, Ray Parker Jr., who you gonna call? Ghostbusters. Dun, 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 dun. If you listen to it's beat for beat the same shit as Huey Lewis, I Want a New Drug. Like, so Huey Lewis, it's actually pretty straightforward story, but Huey Lewis, I Want a New Drug had hit big on the radio, and they came to him. Sony came to him and said, "Hey, can you write the theme song for Ghostbusters?" He said, "Well, I would, but I'm working on another movie's theme song." That movie was Back to the Future, Power of Love. And so they went and got Ray Parker Jr. and did like a clone of I Want a New Drug as the Ghostbusters theme. Huey Lewis took him to court, sued him, and won. Two, I believe. Pretty sure he did. I don't know. Does this whole fucking thing have to go cold? I don't think it does. Yeah, I guess it does. The new drug is Ozempic. You're not wrong. And Steve, yeah, Bobby Brown. What the hell was the Ghostbusters two? I'm trying to remember like the actual name of the song. I guess we finally got to face this on our own. Some shit like that, right? I don't know. I'll never forgive Bobby Brown for turning Whitney Houston into a fucking hardcore crackhead. That is, you want to talk about a woman that had some fucking golden pipes to her? Whitney Houston was amazing with her vocals. And fucking Bobby Brown, she got together with him. He turned her right into a crackhead. Now I'm gonna say she probably she's got to take blame in that too. But I'll never forgive Bobby Brown for not going. Look, bitch, you're ruining your life. The crack's all mine. Like Tyrone Biggums, he fucked her all up. Hey, Danny said I need to find me a long tall Sally. Well, long tall Sally's built sweet. She's got everything that I could need. Oh baby, yeah yeah baby. Ooh, oh baby, gonna have some fun tonight. But the thing is, Danny, who actually sang the song "Long Tall Sally"? Bobby Brown? I think Bobby Brown's still alive. I think. Don't quote me on that one. I think he is still actually kicking for some reason. His career isn't, but I think he is. I just every time I think of Bobby Brown and Whitney Houston, I picture that scene from New Jack City with Pookie, like Chris Rock's character, and the one chick where they get in the fight over the turkey. And she's like, I was the prom queen. I used to. And he's like, you give me that goddamn turkey. It's my goddamn bird. And they start beating the shit out of each other. Just every time. That's all I can picture is New Jack City, like Bobby Brown and Whitney Houston. Like, I used to be on top of the music industry. I was amazing. Woman, you hit that pipe now. I need that fix. Yes, it was Little Richard. That's correct. Long, tall Sally. And then, yeah, Tutti Frutti. What else did Little Richard have? I swear to God, he had something else. I can't remember what the fuck else Little Richard had for like big hits. No, it was wasn't Land of a Thousand Dances, was it? No, that was Wilson Pickett was Land of a Thousand Dances. Gonna make me jog my damn brain for shit. That's not good. That's a dark place to wander. Is the old GAM brain, especially as old as I am. Cobwebs and shit in there and everything. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. When I was a kid, man, that movie was fantastic. As an adult, I look at it and I'm just kind of like, it was the '80s. But yeah, I remember when that first come out. It was like, I remember seeing that shit in the theater. What's messed up is actually that dude was the guy who plays the principal in that, right? He was in that. He was in the show on the show Deadwood. He was in the movie Howard the Duck. Trying to remember what the hell else he was in. Turns out that dude is a huge fucking pedo. Like to a point where I think in more modern versions of Ferris Bueller, if I'm not mistaken, I think they've removed him from the movie for the most part, like or cut his parts where you don't really get to see him as much. I can't remember. Yeah, he was in Beetlejuice. That dude, yeah. That's why they killed him off all horrible in Beetlejuice because he's actually a pedo. Yeah, absolutely. That's 100% too. I'm gonna get you, sucker. Yeah, that shit's fucking hysterical. I always say that ABL reminds me of the one reporter on that movie. Like, what's his name? Is it Tommy Davison plays the character? But they're at like the ghetto Olympics is what the shit set up as, and like how fast can they strip the car, stuff like this, and like the reporter's talking to the one dude, and he's just like, he says to the reporter like, "Oh, you know what I'm talking about, right, brother?" And like the reporter's like, "Actually, I don't. My father was a doctor. My mother was a lawyer. I didn't speak jive. I could. The only dance move I knew was that Bruce Springsteen dancing in the dark." Like I'm like, "Oh Jesus Christ, it's ABL." Yeah, he OG'd. He overgolded. Yep, 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 yep. How did they go to the bathroom with all that shit on? Yep. It's the soldier boy, the soldier boy. Or like the mother, every time they beat, like threaten the mother, or whatever, she kicked the shit out of him. And like they had the stunt man that was clear as day, was like a little Spanish dude with a big mustache and all that, and beat the hell out of him. And she'd be like, "Okay, now you can either take the stairs or the window." And like would throw them like, and they'd be like, "We're gonna take the window or we're gonna take the stairs," and she'd throw them down the stairs. Yeah, well, the don't be a menace while drinking your gin and juice in the hood. So there's one part where they go into the Korean market and the doorbell goes, it's like a doo doo, but it says the N word every time they walk in or whatever. Like if you're paying attention, I swear to God, I shit you not, I'm working a graveyard shift at Walgreens, and we had a doorbell like that for the overnight shift to let you know if a customer came in the store because there's three of you on, you're stocking stuff, so you're halfway across the store, you don't know who's walking in or what have you. And like the one dude I'm working with, this dude from Patterson, New Jersey, that was down here for a little bit. He heard the doorbell and he goes, "Yo, man, you ever see don't be a menace while drinking your gin and juice in the hood, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Listen to our doorbell," and then I was like, "No shit." Like, I just I'm looking to see if I can pick up a stranded said, but I guess it blocked her comment completely. Yeah, the fucking. Well, I mean, Boys in the Hood. I always like Boys in the Hood. The only thing I ever the movies, all that shit was based on, right? So Boys in the Hood, I always liked Boys in the Hood. I thought that one was actually a classic, but don't Menace to Society or whatever. Like everybody only remembers that one scene in Menace to Society, which is, "Yo, I'll suck your dick." What? "Yo, man, I'll suck your dick. I got some cheeseburgers," and then he turns around and just fucking shoots him and takes the cheeseburgers anyway. Wait, they blocked middle finger ABL. That's what you said was, well, wait a minute. Didn't somebody just put the middle finger in here? I swear to God, somebody just put that middle finger in here. Like, not even a couple minutes ago. Hopefully, this thing goes together. Oh, I don't think I lined it up right. I didn't line it up right like an asshole. God damn it. Also, Stranded, thank you because I noticed you had watched the video all the way through. Like the last one, because you're just like, when that shit broke, like the leg popped or whatever. I actually ended up welding that leg on there too. So that shit's all fixed now. Batman's all together. I should probably show you guys that weld, how I did it with the plastic. That can't be right. Can it? Let me look at this before I go setting it in. Let's see. So this should spin close like that. I'm looking at the cuts in this plastic. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, like I said, I don't hate ABL. Whatever. Let him do his thing. You know, can't like same thing. I say the same thing about Ben Shapiro, Temple, all that. You know, like just because I'm not gonna fuck with you anymore doesn't mean you don't have a right to like put your shit out. Or I'm not gonna go on a whole, "Hey, I hate this person," and kind of campaign, unless they're a really fucked up person. Like, "Oh yeah, like he was diddling kids." Like, "Oh well, then that's a whole different matter. You're gonna hear my mouth." But outside of that, damn, what the fuck is up with this? Get in there, little eye. Pretty sure I have it set right this time. Just a matter of getting it together. But I was afraid of this before, that if I had, because I wanted to test the assembly on it. I think if it all went together before, there we go. Sure, the eye can open. Can. Got to figure out how the hell. Oh, you bastard. Should be able to turn this thing on the back without it being that fucking janky. Shit's janky as hell. Should close the eye. almost. That one tag is not in there completely. Tight ass fit. It's a tight ass fit. Damn, that's some good titty milk. Yeah, I did the super glue on the leg and got it to hold together. But then after the stream was over, I took it. Come on. Fucking thing isn't popped in there, is it? I took it after, went into the 3D print room. I think snap. Is that what I'm looking at here? What am I looking at? I have a feeling that one piece of the eye just broke. It did. You piece of shit. Wait, no, that ain't a piece of the eye. It's a piece of the canister. Really? I'm gonna get to use super glue here in a second anyway. Anyway, fuck it. I'm just gonna put this thing together like this, then call it a day. Look at the actual eye opener on there later. Then I can just be done with this stupid eye of fucking Agamatto. Anyway, we have an eye of Agamatto. No, I'm not a Freemason. No, it's the eye of Agamatto. Doctor Strange wears it around his neck. I should have known. Look at that. That is a weird break line, too. Very, very odd. It don't like it and it pop. It go pop, pop, pop. Do this at least. Oh, maybe I can't do this at least. I don't even know if I still have this design anywhere either. Piece of shit. And I used to be able to twist this, but of course it's not. It's not catching to spin it. So whatever. I don't even care anymore. All I know is I painted it. I was going to hang it up like that anyway. I mean, it looks just like the goddamn picture, so that works. Eye of Agamatto. Well, that was a fast stream. All right, I'm out. No, I'm just kidding. I guess then we got to do the one that everybody actually gave a fuck about and really wanted to see to begin with anyway, huh? That was just some gold. Yeah, it's honestly not even a plastic. Well, actually, well, you know what? I could do that. You know, I'm thinking about doing that. Maybe I'll do a weld real quick on stream so you guys can see it. Maybe I'll show you like just the like how resin kind of dries and works and stuff. Here's a little quick clip. Rewind that real quick. Just because this shit cracks me up, I figure I might as well show it off on stream. Capture 2. It is up. Here you go, guys. Here's a quick message out for you guys.
The popcorn you're eating has been pissed in. Film at 11.
Gotta love it. guessing you guys have never seen that one. Popcorn you've been eating has been pistoned. Film at 11. Yeah, there was another one too. Let me see. I gotta turn off the damn little icon. I'll have that Doctor Strange shit up there. Let me see. Yeah, here you go. Somebody put together, I guess, all of them from that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. This one.
It's not a
Fucking shit cracks me up. There you go, guys. As I know you haven't seen this. Well, some of you may have. Oh, well, that ain't it. What the fuck? I can't pull it up. Interesting. Sitting here fucking with this thing trying to make it work. Just work, you piece of shit. Let me see properties. There it is. This guy put together all three of them. There's three of them that happened throughout the Kentucky Fried Movie.
The popcorn you're eating has been pissed in. Film at 11. Moscow in flames, missiles headed toward New York. Film at 11. Rams plagued by fumbles as earthquakes rock Los Angeles. Film at 11. I'm not wearing any pants. Film at 11.
I love that shit. Yeah, Stranded, that's actually happened. A 100 men versus one gorilla, 100 men win. No weapons, just we're talking bare hands or whatever. 100 men will beat the gorilla to death. It's just sheer numbers. It's the same way an ant can take down a grasshopper by itself. No, but if you've got 100 of them on that grasshopper, they'll slowly chip away at it. It's just same thing. Like, you know, what's stronger, a little stream coming down a waterfall onto a rock, or the rock? It's the stream. Over time, the stream's going to slowly erode the rock. Hell yeah, 100 people, right? I just want you to think about 20 of you and your, you know, like friends, family, whatever. There's a gorilla. All 20 of you rush it at the same time and jump on top of it. If one of you takes out both its eyes, or like one of its eyes, another person takes out another one of its eyes, blind it, like 3 people grabbing a hold of one arm and twisting as hard as they can with everything in their body, you're going to break it. It's sheer numbers. Like it's all about the numbers. If you're talking about a single file, one on one, the gorilla, it'll go through the 100 people. But if you're talking about everybody in the same room with the gorilla, 100 people rushing it is going to tear it to shreds. I'm not saying that, you know, all 100 men are going to walk out and like be uninjured or something like that. I'm sure there's going to be a couple fatalities. Some people are going to get really fucked up, but Legitimately, the gorilla stands no chance. Yeah, see, there you go, Mister saying, somebody who goes to the gym and all that. Okay, it's stronger than 20 men, but you're talking about 100. That's 5 times the amount of power you would need that the gorilla has. So you've got it overpowered then at that point, right? I say if you threw the gorilla at 20 unarmed, angry fucking American Marines fresh out of boot camp, they would fuck that gorilla up. Period. It can be 600 pounds, but that's what I'm saying is yes, is it stronger and all that, but you're thinking about it as in one person rushing at it at a time. Don't look at it that way. If everybody rushes at it and you just rip off hell, one person bites it in the right spot and you rupture fucking veins in its arm. The arm goes fucking kaput for the next 15 guys that rush it. Yes, there you go, Stranded. That's perfect analogy right there. One average person can't fucking flip a car, but 10 people can lift a car. Hell, 10 people can lift a car. 3 women with menstrual cramps can throw that car over their shoulder and carry it and throw it down a hill if they're angry enough. It still doesn't matter. Yeah, like I said, you're not talking about like, well, 100 men go in there with the gorilla and walk out alive. Let's say it kills 60 of them, 70 of them. They're still going to get it over time. Yeah, and that's what I mean. You're not even thinking about the other parts of it. The gorilla is not smarter than you. It's smart, it's just not smarter than you. I mean, like legitimately, what would be the first thing you do? Well, one, you want to avoid the fuck out of its hands or those swings and especially its bite, but aim for its eyeballs. If you can get to it, everything has weaknesses. Doesn't matter. Beast, human, whatever. Everybody's got weaknesses. No, but you can get your fingers to, if you can penetrate the gorilla's skin around its throat and get your, like one, two, three, I'd say 3 fingers on its windpipe and crush it or rip it open, that gorilla doesn't know how to fucking like cover it. It's going to fucking drop. It's the same way, like, I mean, bring this kind of fucked up around, but haven't you guys ever gotten into a fight with a opponent that's like twice your size, outweighs you, outmuscles you, everything else? How do you beat them? Right? Like, you go running head on at it. All right. So, and the only reason why I can kind of speak from experience is because my best friend who's passed away, Guido, he was 6'3". The lowest he's ever been in his weight was 300 pounds, right? Big fucking guy. And he was trained in Jeet Kune Do. Like the whole thing with Guido was he and I came up with this theory because I was always wiry and really fast. Speed will beat power every time unless power connects. So I can land 100 punches. It may only be worth like 3 of his. But if I can land those 100 punches without him catching me once, I win. He catches me those 2 times, those 2 shots, I'm done. I'm broken. But yeah, that was always our theory is speed beats power unless power connects. And if somebody has enough speed and enough power, they're going to knock you the fuck out. What's going on, Paul? How are y'all? It figures Paul would tune in. I just got done saying that is your Marvel Rivals character, the Eye of Agamotto for fucking Doctor Strange. Fucking Steve, that's hysterical, dude. Oh, dude, I don't even want to think about that fucking video. But yeah, that's just it. Everything has weaknesses. Everything, if something can't see, something can't breathe, or you hit it in the right spots, you can drop anybody. A big enough guy, you land on that sweet spot right on the jawline, you knock them the fuck out because it dislocates the jaw for a second, fucking makes their equilibrium go all loop de loo, and spins their fucking brain. If we do distract the gorilla with Lizzo, you have to put on R&B music and light up some candles first. You got to set the mood, mister. Yeah, it's fucked up. It's all about finding the weak spot in your opponent though. So, if you had 100 people, 100 men that had some kind of knowledge of fighting, right? They'd win. They would win hands down against one gorilla. Again, Danny, you may not be able to hurt the gorilla personally with your hands. All right, here's one for you. When we were kids, Bubba, right? Bubba had this gut on him, our pal Bubba. My buddy Jake, he was state champion wrestler and all this shit. Well, two of them are playing, and Bubba's got some really fast hands. Jake goes immediately for the takedown, takes him down off his feet, has him on the ground or whatever, and starts punching Bubba because he can't get his hand real far, but starts hitting him like this over and over again in his gut. Bubba's laughing at him. He's like, "You really think that's going to hurt me?" And Bubba's got him in a choke, right? Jake kept hitting that gut in that same spot repeatedly. And eventually, Bubba had to tap out because Jake wore it down. Like I said, you've got to you're not talking about people going in there like, "Oh, I'm going to fist fight the gorilla and just one on one." You're talking about 100 guys rushing it all at the same time, hitting it all at the same time. You're going to do damage. Hundred people, you're going to do damage. You're going to beat the gorilla eventually because eventually, like you break a knee on it or you break an arm or whatever, it doesn't know how to react. It's going to flip out in rage or whatever, but it's also burning its energy. It's not a human being. It can't think through it and be like, I got to ration my stamina and shit like that. No, it's going to just freak the fuck out. It's a wild animal. Yeah, and Paul's got it right too. You know, like you're also looking at like a stamina contest. Now, if are we talking about a gorilla versus a bunch of Gen Zers? Because it'll take like 40 of us. If it or Gen Xers, it would take like 20 to 40 of us. But if you're talking about like Gen Z and beyond, man, you guys are gonna get worn the fuck out. Like, because everybody would be like, I don't want to hurt its feelings. Yep, and you're right, Danny. But that's what I'm saying is it also it depends on the resolve of the people. If you're locked in a room with it and it's like you fight this gorilla and win or you'd all die, you're going to have a couple that are going to crumble and going to like, oh my God, I can't win and be terrified and all that. But the other ones are going to kick right into fight or flight mode and go dead nuts at it and just be like, I'm going fucking full on side. Like if it was like, if I'm locked in there, I'd be like, look, aim for this, aim for that. And fucking like directly pick it, start taking pieces off of it. You're going to get your arm broke if you do that. Oh well, I get my arm broke, but it's better than having my life lost. Like that's just it. It goes back to the whole track meet stabbing incident, right? Or anything else. Comes back to what Ice Cube's father says to him in Friday. The problem with you kids nowadays is you're afraid to take an ass whooping. Bubba says we win because the gorilla identifies as a mouse. Yep, and an arm ripped off, not broken. There you go. Right. So that's one person. One person. But in the event of him ripping off that one arm, five other people have already grabbed a hold of the gorilla's arm. And even though it's stronger than you, if you hyperextend it and snap that arm on the gorilla, that's one arm you got down. Now you just got a fucking another arm and two legs to take out. But that's just it. 100 men would take the gorilla down. They would just have to have this thing. It's called balls. They'd have to have balls and be angry. And if you really want to, a better question would be, how about 100 women that all have their menstrual cycles all like in sync with each other, right at that time of the month when they have menstrual cramps, and you and the gorilla has one of their babies. What do you think's going to happen? I feel bad for that fucking gorilla. That is a bloody hell. Oh, Jesus Christ. You know what? It's funny, but somebody had mentioned Bonnie Blue, and I was like, who the hell is Bonnie Blue? And I did a Google search. And yeah, I was like, oh, all I saw was the headlines. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't need to see any of these videos attached to this. So the saddest part, that's the whole case of Harambe, right? The gorilla didn't even attack the kid; they just shot the gorilla immediately. Why didn't they wait for to see how the gorilla reacted? For all you know, it would have been gentle to the child. Dude, I'm telling you, you think that. You think that you can't like penetrate its flesh or whatever. It's not bulletproof. It's not like it's got rhinoceros hide. Hell, if you really if all right, if you want Gam to go completely savage with this whole question, right? I would wait for the first 10 guys to get stomped out. I would take part of their bones that are broken and probably laying there on the ground, like an arm bone or whatever, rip it out of the meat on their arm, and start stabbing the fuck out of the gorilla with the other dude's bone. That's honestly what I would do. What's up, Eugene? How are you, man? Good to see you. Yeah, so Harambe didn't need to die. They could have just tranquilized her or whatever. It wasn't like it was actively beating the shit out of the kid or anything. It just like the kid fell into the gorilla pen and they looked at it. But people panic. People get scared. Oh my god, that poor child. Well, why weren't you watching your fucking poor child, you piece of shit? That gorilla didn't need to die. He didn't do nothing. Yes, see, and Paul's right. You all so your major your major strike points on anything: eyeballs, the throat, or the groin. Those are always your major strike points. Like if you can hit any of them, like if you can hit somebody in the knees too, that's another major strike point. If you can take out somebody's knee, man, that shit is painful. But yeah, I mean, going totally savage, 100 guys in there, I would wait till somebody got ripped apart. I don't care if I had to snap off one of the ribs, their their arm bone, anything, but whatever bone I could get out of another human's body, I would use as a weapon. And because you would be locked into fight or flight, your adrenaline spiking the way it does, wouldn't be hard to recover those meat parts to go to war. Wouldn't be a problem at all. And if you're right and the gorilla's tearing people apart, there'd be plenty of pieces to rip off and use. But it's also what would you do to save your own life, at that point? You don't need to jujitsu. And you see, like that's just it. You're looking at it from the point of view of one on one in a fist fight with something that's bigger than you like that. It's not that. You said 100 men. You didn't say single filing in there. 100 men. You bum rush the fucking thing all together. 10 guys jump on it. One of them can get a shot in on those eyes. 5 men jump on it. They could probably get a shot in on those eyes. It doesn't take much. Eyeballs are the easiest thing in the world to pop out. If you don't believe me, I'll show you a video of Big Van Vader over in Japan fighting. Oh God, who was he wrestling? Oh, Stan Hansen, right? And they're in the match, and he didn't even mean to do it. He meant to give him like a thumb to the eyes. The problem is that Big Van Vader wears that mask. Stan Hansen popped fucking Van Vader's eyeball out, and Van Vader took 2 steps back and popped that fucking thing back in and kept wrestling. Where the hell is the broken eye piece? Oh, it's actually stuck to the back of it. No. I will set the eye of Agamatto all the way off. But yeah, like you're looking at it like a standard boxing ring. Like I'm just gonna go one on one with this fucking thing. It'll beat the shit out of you. You have to be clever. There's always a way to win, though. Always a way. Nothing is indestructible, especially if it's flesh and blood. I got it. Stranded, you're awesome. What the fuck is hanging out of the ass into this? Did another piece of this thing snap off? It did. I'm gonna have to replace the whole fucking widget thing in the back because I thought you were talking about this piece here. Right, I could see a piece in there, and I'm guessing it's probably the other lock piece, and it is. Oh, I dropped it, which is fine. It's just got to get glued, but yeah, I have to redo the pit to it. But both ends of that thing snapped off. Right, because you're not looking at it realistically. You're not thinking about, do three guys distract it one way while another two guys are just yelling it the other way? Like, Gorilla's not going to know what the fuck to do. It's going to fucking panic. It's going to panic like any other wild animal. Doesn't matter how strong it is. If there's 100 people and 5 of them are clever, it's over. You win. It's all in how you approach a problem. How did he pop the eyeball back in? He did it with his own thumb. Like he like grabbed the hold of the eyeball and puts it back in. Like, I can see if I can find the video. It's pretty fucking brutal. Because the whole thing is Stan Hansen, and we're talking about old school ED wrestlers, right? Stan Hansen is blind, basically. Like, he's kind of technically legally blind. He can't see from where my hand is in front of his face, right? Like, to the camera, to my hand right there, he couldn't see. He could see like maybe that far. So when they're wrestling or whatever, he does it. Let me see if I can find the video. I don't know what I just bumped, but that ain't good. I didn't lose Mike, did I, Sheree? Yeah, and like Steve's right, coyotes. Like, I'd be more terrified of a pack of wolves versus a gorilla. Like, I would. I'd be more terrified of a pack of wolves versus a gorilla. I'm not gonna lie. I would just turn around. I would be like,
This is Jesus, and I am coming for you. I will protect you, my son. I will protect you all from the evil of the gorilla.
look. Yeah, actually, the most vicious thing I've ever seen in wrestling was a guy, Sid Vicious, break his leg on a pay per view. See. Here we go. This one should be it.
If you think wrestling is
And it's narrated by a British person too, so you'll feel better about this, Danny. Let's see. Where are you? There you are.
fake, then explain this. During a wrestling match in 1990, after being hit by Stan Hansen, Vader had his eye pop out of its socket. Yeah, you heard right. His eye popped out of its socket. This is seen as one of the roughest matches in pro wrestling history, as both men beat the hell out of each other. When Vader's eye popped out, you could see him trying to push it back in as he refused to stop the match at all. To take it one step further, Vader had his nose broken before the match when Stan Hansen attacked Vader. It's clear that Vader was an absolute monster and an extremely tough man. So maybe it's best we don't question the legitimacy of pro wrestling.
So, like I was saying, with let's say he's fighting. Let's say you got 100 guys, Big Van Vader size. Does the gorilla still stand a chance? Big Van Vader. He Leon White was his actual name. He was a wrestler that was big, like late '80s, early '90s. He was a big draw over in Japan. He wrestled. His big thing was wrestling Sting in WCW. But yeah, and then Stan Hansen, he had a whole cowboy gimmick or what have you. He used to spit tobacco and stuff, beat people with a bull rope. He was a big tough guys, dude. Big tough guys. And Mister's right. Like Mister works out constantly, all that stuff. I'm telling you, you get enough of those guys together, those meatheads, they will fucking they can throw a beating on something that big. You're not wrong, Rebel. The gorilla would do worse to him, but the whole thing is he wouldn't be in a worked match with a gorilla. He'd actually be wrestling it. But popping his eye out and popping it back in, that just shows you like I'm telling you, it's like just scientifically, overwhelming force. There's a reason, like shit, even in video games, that shit applies. So, has anybody ever played StarCraft? Just curious. You used to do this move, it was a strategy, right? Because the Zerg are like these little weak alien things. But the thing is, when you launch like a couple hundred of them, it used to be called the Zerg Rush, right? Zergling Rush. So you would build up, you would get like 1,000 of these little things. And even though these towers are like super powerful and strong and all this, you just overwhelm them with force. Because it's so many different small ends of force wrecking it. Steven Seagal, like, Steven Seagal is the most fake martial artist I've ever seen in my life. Like, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Like, it's a shame too, because back when we were kids, it was like, oh shit. Jean Claude Van Damme too. It's funny because I think Stranded had mentioned him, but Van Damme was actually like a kickboxer when he was younger. He was pretty good, but he was in this movie. It was a B movie. It must have been one of the first movies he ever did. To be honest with you, now I'm thinking about it because of the age of it. It was called No Retreat, No Surrender. And this kid like learns martial arts from Bruce Lee or whatever, and then fucking Van Damme plays a Russian in the movie. He's got to fight. It was fucking ridiculous. Dolph Lundgren actually was, and he has a degree in like nuclear science or some ridiculousness from MIT, doesn't he? I know. I swear to God that I think it's Dolph Lundgren has like a genius IQ. Chemical engineering. Yeah, I knew it was something. He's actually like fucking genius level though, apparently. Well, he was. He's old now. I know. I think it was Dolph Lundgren on Rocky Four. I want to say it was Rocky Four. He broke Sylvester Stallone's ribs during like one of the fight scenes. Like Stallone kept saying, "Hey, you know, like lay the punches in so it looks real and all that." And Dolph Lundgren broke his ribs, if I remember correctly. But yeah, Dolph Lundgren was definitely some no bullshit. He was definitely no bullshit. Yeah, Van Damme is. Like I said, I think Van Damme was a kickboxer for some reason. He had like a pretty good record. I can't remember why I think that. I just, if I remember correctly, I know Steven Seagal, he actually is kind of a high level in Aikido, but legitimately, anytime he's doing like the demonstrations and stuff like that, the students are basically like throwing themselves whenever he does a move. Like, almost like choreographed like it's professional wrestling, basically. So I don't know how good he actually is or isn't, but Aikido is one of those arts. It works. It just it has to be a um, certain set of circumstances for it to work correctly. So like judo, you can use it at any time, right? Same thing for jujitsu. You can use it at any time, but Aikido is basically was developed, if I remember right, Aikido was developed as an unarmed style against somebody with a sword, swinging a sword at you so that you could basically use their momentum and weight against them to throw them over and like break their arm or what have you. Dolph wouldn't crush. That's Rusev. Dolph would break you. I break you. I must break you. Unless you play Eye of the Tiger, those 100 Rockies would lose. You need one Adrian, you need one Talia Schreier to yell Rocky I love you, and then you would need Eye of the Tiger playing in the background while he's fighting it. That's the only way those 100 Rockies win. I think she might have been Hobbit as well. She might have been. Thought she was like related to Francis Ford Coppola or some shit. I can't remember. No, Nicolas Cage was. Going down a whole fucking rabbit hole here, guys. Yeah, you know what? Good call out, Sheree. Let me check. See if I can't fix that. There you go. I fixed it, Sheree. Good call. That's why Sheree's the best goddamn mods on these internets. She just looks and goes, oh yeah, look at this shit ain't working right. Well, I mean, you're not wrong. It's also not that though. You can get hit pretty hard and keep going, Danny. Um, but some hits they fuck everything up. It's also dealing with extra circumstances. For example, if somebody hits you in the ear super hard, ruptures your eardrum, the immediate thing that you're going to have to adjust to is your equilibrium being completely thrown off balance. The whole room is going to feel like it's spinning. So you can keep moving or whatever, but that's why you'll see like boxers a lot of times. They'll catch a good shot and then they got to back up for a second and kind of get their bearing because everything, the room's almost like spinning to you. I mean, I've gotten my ass kicked a couple good times. I've knocked the shit out of people too, but you get your ass kicked, and it's just little stuff you pick up from getting your ass kicked. Oh, you're Rocky Six. You mean Rocky Balboa? I think that's the name of the movie. Yeah, it's there was that speech in there about life beating you down and getting back up and all that, which was a cool speech and all that. But sometimes there isn't I'm going to get back up. You're just on your ass. You're done. Tap out time. I don't know, but there was some kid, and I say kid, he was probably like in his early 20s or whatever, that was all excited on a flight with Mike Tyson. There's actual video of this shit too. And the kid kept bugging Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson politely told him, like, hey, look, leave me alone or whatever. And then finally Tyson snaps and stands up and must have shuffled off like 10 punches on this kid, like into the seat. Like just lit him up real quick and then sat back down all calm. Ah, I'm trying to think of speeches that made me cry in a movie. That definitely wasn't one of them. I thought it was a decent speech. Don't get it messed up. I thought it was not a bad speech. Um, and not an untrue speech either. You can't just quit when shit gets rough. If you do, you're just going to be a loser the rest of your life. Um, I'm trying to think motivational. The only motivational speech I ever remember watching over and over again was when I was in contention for store manager at the one store. I would watch George C. Scott repeat Patton's speech from the movie Patton, where he's like standing in front of an American flag and he's talking about going to war and all that stuff. That was a great motivational speech. Yeah, see, like that's just it though, right? Being afraid, being afraid, being afraid. Well, you're always going to lose if you're afraid. I mean, that's not an untrue speech either. That's definitely one of those real speeches you should have internally with yourself. Basically, you don't need like an Adrian to tell you the answer. I mean, granted, Rocky never was very smart, but like the answer should be obvious to you that sometimes when you're afraid, what you got to really look at it like, what the fuck am I going to lose? Yeah, fucking. But yeah, the Patton speech, I would listen to that shit every day. Um, like one of the parts that always shook me in that speech though, George C. Scott's like, if you're afraid to shoot at the enemy, or you don't think you have the guts basically to kill the enemy, when you put your hand into a pile of goo, or when you reach your hand into a pile of goo next to you that used to be your friend's head, you'll know exactly where to put those bullets. Like, god damn, dude. Like, he's not wrong. That'll definitely motivate you to get out there and fight for the good old US of A. Dude, I have not seen MASH, or you're talking about the show, not the movie, correct? MASH. You're talking about the show, not the movie version. Sounds like rap lyrics. Yeah, yeah. I've seen every episode of MASH like 10 times for some reason. I swear to God, I have. But yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, he's not wrong. He is not wrong, and that's one of those things. That's why I do think we should not ever want to see a war again. We can help it, or there's a way around it, or a way to prevent it. I mean, sometimes good men have to stop evil men, and a war has to occur. But let's just make sure that shit's for the right reasons. Like, we're at what you call it. Iran's at 60%, and what is it? And Mister will give me the actual stat on, and I'm sure if he's still in the chat. But I think it's 90% you need to actually have a nuke. Right? So Iran's at 60 right now, and it doesn't take them much time to get from 60 to 90. Like as far as enriching the uranium or what have you. He always liked Hogan's Hero. Hogan's Heroes was fucking fantastic too. Steve's like, what about Mantis? Oh, I don't know, Steve. What about Man Beast? How about that, huh? What are you going to bring in next, Airwolf? Yes, I agree, mister. It's not hard to make a nuclear weapon, right? What I'm saying is, I think the big thing with Iran is they've enriched uranium up to 60%, and I think they have to have it to 90% in order to make a complicated bomb with it. If I'm not wrong. Like, and that's what the big blowout is over Iran with their nuclear program is that they've already got that shit to 60. So they only got 30% more to go or something, then they'll have a nuke. And of course, that's why Israel wants to hit them, because Israel knows if Iran gets a nuke, they aren't going to attack the US with that nuke. They're going to attack Israel with that nuke. Let's get that just straight right now. Like, they might sneak a dirty bomb into the US, but it's not going to be anything like they're going to do to Israel. Jesus Christ, Rocky Dennis. Mask? Mobile Armored Strike Command? Is that what we're talking about here? I used to love Mask. I'm not going to lie. The cartoon with the people wearing helmets. Lift it on. Mass Crusaders working overtime. Mama, mask. Yeah, well, honestly, tell me something, guys. What do you guys think like the most over the top animated like songs was from back in the day, like from the 80s, 90s? You know, like what song like so like Thundercats. Like every time you hear Thundercats, that right? Like just that badass like bass line, everything to it, motivate you. The most badass song, in my opinion, from back then, as far as cartoons went, was from Jason the Wheeled Warriors. The Transformers 2 to 3 song. It's not bad. Thunderbirds. Cops and Crooks. Yeah, that wasn't a bad show, mister. I actually had a bunch of the cops toys as well. The cops toys actually came with like the old roll of red caps, and they all like had a different part to them that could fire the caps off. Yeah, like long arm, big boss. Oh Jesus Christ! Trying to remember some of the other ones. Yeah, Mister's got one. There you go. Ducktales is Ducktales. Anytime anybody hears, Ducktales or says Ducktales, you will have a whole bunch of people that just go woo, because that shit like just slapped and got stuck with you. Heathcliff, nice. Darkwing Duck, daring duck of mystery, enemy of light, swoops out of the darkness. Darkwing owns the night. Have you guys? Do you guys know what I'm talking about with Jason the Wheeled Warriors? Like, do you guys remember that shit at all? I'm just curious. Like Saw Boss, they were like these plant like vehicle hybrid things, and like the kid had half a root, and he was searching for the other root that his father had and disappeared in space and shit. Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers. I don't know the fucking. I don't remember the Gargoyles song. Just like Tailspin, I remember the cartoon, don't remember the fucking song. But yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can find this fucking shit. I'm gonna have the goddamn like I can hear the theme in my head for Jason the Wheeled Warriors, and it's stuck in my fucking head. I gotta play it and get it the fuck out of there. Oh, I don't know if I need an extended version of this shit. There we go. I think. Yeah, you want to talk about a song that slaps though? Let me turn it down a little. It ain't an acid flashback this time, damn it. Trust me, I know my acid flashbacks. This isn't one. Let's see. Properties. Beat the shit out of my dog. He's being a jerk. He knows he's being a jerk. Here we go. Check this out.
Thundering across the stars to save the universe from the monster minds. Jace searches for his father to unite the magic root and lead his Lightning League to victory over the changing form of Sawboss. Wheeled warriors explode into battle.
Check out the theme song though. So 80s, dude. Dude, I like seriously. Lone Star? You mean Brave Star? It looks like a fake Thundercats Boglins, yeah. How about Inhumans? Do you guys remember that shit? That was like one of those rare. If you caught it, you caught it. If you didn't, they had it on like Saturdays or whatever. It'd be on for like half an hour. They're fucking like some of the creepiest goddamn toys I ever had when I was a kid. Gem and the holograms. Ooh, it's Jim. Jim is outrageous, totally contagious. Jim is her name, no one else is the same. No, the enemy, it was Jim and the Misfits, and then, oh no, it was Jim and the Holograms, and then their enemies were the Misfits. Yeah, I actually played a toy spot for Brave Star last week. Eyes of the Hawk, speed of the Puma. Dude, yeah, like that's what I'm saying though, Steve. Like that song for fucking Wheeled Warriors, it was like, it's like you hear it and it's just that synth pop fucking 80s, like, oh shit. Like this thing kind of slaps for an 80s song. And it's like, no, it's just the intro to a cartoon. Yeah, fucking Thundercats though. Thundercats may take the cake. Because you just hear Thundercats. Like you knew somebody was getting fucked up every time you heard thunder, thunder, Thundercats. Oh, and the fucking light went up in the sky. You're just like, oh, somebody's getting their ass kicked by Lion-O and his team right now. And then Tigra came running in, and you had to realize that, like, in the first episode, she was naked till she had the, then she got the bodysuit for whatever reason, but all the cats were naked for some reason. Partly metal, partly real, Silver Hawks. Yeah, I remember that shit too. Dude, everybody says that. There's actually a Robot Chicken where it's like Mumra fucking disguises himself as one of the Thundercats to get in there, and Chitara's like, I got to take a bath, and she starts like cleaning herself with her own tongue, and he's like watching, and he's like, ah, like all fucked up. How about Centurion? Centurions, power extreme, man and machine. Yep, gummy bears. There you go. That's another good one, Eugene. Good call out, dude. Yep, gummy bears. Gummy bears hopping here and there and everywhere. We are the gummy bears. And I know somebody had already called out, but like anytime I hear some crimes sometimes go slipping through the cracks, but these two gumshoes are picking up the slack. There's no case too big, no case too small. When you're in trouble, call. I don't remember the Care Bears theme. I remember seeing it when I was a kid. I don't remember the fucking theme, like at all. Did not stick with me. Another one that'll stick with you. It was just badass for its time. Is the theme to Star Blazers. Yeah, they re-released Mad Balls too not long ago. Actually, I have one. My favorite of the old school Mad Balls was Oculus Orbis, which was a just a giant eyeball. Inspector Gadget. How about Danger Mouse? I used to fuck with David all the time because David, much like Danny Boss, is British, right? And I would call David Baroni. I'd be like, whatever you say, Baroni, right? And he's like, what the fuck is this Baroni bullshit? It's like, yeah, you know, like the crow on Danger Mouse was always like, whatever you say, Baroni. Madballs had 2 DVD videos. I don't think they actually did a cartoon. Like, are you talking about the toy commercial? Fraggle Rock? Yeah, well, that was Jim Henson, wasn't it? Jim Henson Studios, I think, did Fraggle Rock. The Muppet Show was another great one. It's time to play the music. It's time to light the lights. It's time to get things started on the Muppet Show tonight. Smurfs, I thought were Swedish. I thought that was a Swedish creation for some reason. Let me see. Madballs. See if I can't find the. I'm sure it's here. I'm sure somebody's put it up on the internets. Yeah, 32 seconds. Slobulus, Oculus Orvis. I'm trying to remember the other ones. Let me see. Properties. Here you go, Steve. You want a Mad Balls? We'll get you a Mad Balls. Here you go, bud.
Mad balls, mad balls. Gross for one, gross for all. We play with a mad ball. They're gross, funny, yucky, sick. There's 8, so you can take your pick. We throw, catch, it's uh-oh fun. There's so much gross in every one. Freaky fun is what they're for. There's so much ugly, so much more. Gross for one, gross for all. We play with a mad ball. We play with a mad ball. We play with a mad ball. Mad ball.
Freaky fun for everyone, sold separately from Amtoy.
Mad ball.
Yeah, that is a fantastic one. You're not wrong. Yeah, the cartoon though, like I said, it they put it out on VHS, I want to say back in the day, and there was like 2 episodes of it. Something like that. There wasn't a whole shit ton of them. But yeah, you had like I said, Oculus Orbis, Slobulus was the green one. I think it was Dusty was the mummy one. Dude, My Pet Monster was a fucking amazing toy. Why can't we have toys like that for kids anymore, you know? Like that was awesome. You had the orange chains with like you could put them on yourself, but they broke like in the middle. Like they had a little piece that was like breakaway in the middle. My Pet Monster. Yeah, that was some shit. My Little Pony. I never was a big My Little Pony fan. It was my sister's thing, and as an adult, I don't understand how grown ass men are like, you don't understand My Little Pony's the greatest thing ever. Like, bro, you may just be a cross dresser. Like, what the fuck? My Buddy. Well, that's where, you know, the whole My Buddy toy, that was the basis for Chucky. Because that shit hit pretty big back in the day. My buddy, my buddy, my buddy and me. But that hit big, and then that's where they got the idea for Chucky, like Child's Play. Which the remake on Child's Play actually wasn't terrible. It was a rogue AI. It wasn't like an evil spirit. It was just a rogue AI that was in all the Chucky dolls or what have you. They called them bronies. Yeah, I had the the only reason I remember that, Steve, is because I had the tape for Mad Balls. Like I had that VHS. Like they're cracking jokes in school and stuff like that. Like there was one where one of the Mad Balls was like a teacher, and they were doing like all kinds of like tongue in cheek jokes. They were doing what I like to call Mister jokes on that show. Like my favorite time of school is when it's out, like that kind of shit. But yeah, yeah, they did have a cartoon for it. It was just regulated to a VHS tape. I thought it was two of them for some reason, but maybe it was just one. Yeah, Megan's a different. I don't. I'm not gonna lie. I never saw Megan. I refused to watch that movie. I was like, I can't really. Like the fact that they made a child-sized doll like that, and it wasn't sold directly to a pedophile that it murdered. That would have been a better movie, in my opinion. Dude, Garbage Pail Kids. I remember having like the first like five runs of those, like every one of them. They actually made a movie of Garbage Pail Kids, and it was fucking terrible. Like it was like one of the worst things ever committed to film. Yeah, Garbage Pail Kids. I mean, you can still get Garbage Pail. They still sell Garbage Pail Kids now. You guys realize that, right? Like they still sell packs of them. They're just like they're nostalgic. That's about it. That's about all. Now, when I was a kid, I think one of my favorite sets of cards to collect, and I actually still have my original collection, and then I have a new collection of them because my wife actually ordered a box of them. So when we didn't have much money, one of the things we would do is pop open trading cards, like shit like that, like Garbage Pail Kids, or we would go for the non-sports cards basically, just because it was fun to build sets. But it was called Dinosaurs Attack, and it was by the same people that had done Mars Attack back in the '60s, and then they actually re-released the Mars Attacks cards. And funny enough, in every case, no, it wasn't a case. It was like I can't remember what it goes like. You have the pack, you have a pack of cards, and the packs come in a box. Then those boxes are in a case, right? And then a pallet, I guess, would be the next size up. But in every pallet, they threw in a random. They took somebody's had a complete set of 1960s Mars Attacks cards. They weren't made by Tops; they were made by somebody else. And the first pack that we got, we ordered the box when they first went on, came back up because I was like, oh shit, I want a full set of Mars Attacks cards. And my wife had ordered it. The first pack she opened, she pulled one of those 1960s cards. I was like, holy, she goes, why does this one look different from the rest? I'm like, holy shit, you found a holy grail. Worth like $150 or something. Oh my God. Fucking Rebel, you are the fucking man, dude. So, Deadly Friend, I was just thinking about that. BB, right? I can't remember who the kid was in the movie, but you're right. It was Christy Swanson. And that's the one where the dude's all into robotics. His girlfriend dies, and he like fucking brings her back using a computer program. And like, she's like a zombie basically with a computer brain. She's like killing people. That shit's classic right there. That's like classic old school, probably never saw it horror movie. I mean, I think most people have probably seen Chopping Mall with the robot security with the lasers that fucking go haywire. BB. Yeah, there you go. BB. BB. Yeah, that one's like old school classic fucking classic shit. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, old Japanese cards. Like it's fucked up. Nintendo, I don't know if you guys knew this, but Nintendo originally started out as a playing card company. Like they weren't always a video game company. They actually used to make old playing cards. But yeah, that's really cool. You used to trade your GPKs for them. Fucking garbage pail kids. I have one that's he's probably take up the entire size of the desk, but I have an atom bomb. Still in a package. Like it's this huge ass figure. I probably could have made him. I'll be honest with you, but I don't know if I like this brown on donkey. Dude, that's really cool though. Fucking Japanese grocer. Yeah, I didn't have that. I had the we used to call it the Hindu hut. It's a place called Sandy's Market. I think I've told the story of Sandy's Market, haven't I? The only person who would probably remember would be Sheree because I told it like probably one of my first couple streams. Do you remember me telling the tale of all of us being little assholes back in the day? Sheree, do you remember the tales of Sandy's Market? Did I ever tell you guys that story? If not, it's a fucking hell of a story from my childhood that, you know, you don't know? All right. So let's flash back to Gam's childhood, shall we? Back when Gam was just a G, no AM. So when I was a kid, you had because I grew up in a town, maybe had 500 people to it, out in the middle of the sticks and the pine barrens. So you had the bar, which was it was called Casey's at that time. Across from Casey's, there was a general store that's been there since the inception of the entire town. It's called Nixon's. Made really good cheesesteaks, really good sandwiches, all this, but like local five and dime store. Then as you go towards the next town over, there's a major highway that runs through. It's Route 206. And on 206, you had this little shopping center kind of thing, like a strip mall. And in that strip mall, you had DMV video, and that was fucking where you'd go like mom and pop rental store for VHS tapes. And there was a place there called Schwartz Walters, right? And it was your typical like convenience store, like a 7-Eleven, Wawa, Circle K, whatever, whichever part of the country you guys are in, you know what I'm talking about when I say this. Didn't sell gas or anything like that. It just sold like, you know, you go there, you get a deli sandwich. Yeah, when we were kids, you could get Swedish fish for a penny a piece, you know, stuff like this. And Mr. Schwartzwalter owned the store, passed away. Well, right before when he was passing away or whatever, he sold the store to this Indian couple who had a pair of kids or whatever. I'll leave the kids out of it because we actually went to school with them and all this stuff. But yeah, so it was this guy. His wife's name was Sandy, and his name was Ken. Right? I don't know what his full name was. He just called himself Ken. Kind of like Apu on think Apu on The Simpsons, right? Like that kind of store. But he named the store Sandy's Market, after his wife. And Sandy was a lovely lady. She was always really nice to you or whatever. If you'd go in there, you'd ride your bicycle up there. You know, I got $1 in my pocket. I'm going to go get some Swedish fish. I'm going to go get Bubblicious. I'm going to go, you know, all these little candies and what have you. The thing was, her husband was an asshole, right? Like a little Indian dude. And he was an asshole. And I don't mean Indian like Native American, I mean Indian like from India. So, but their last name were the Satijas, right? So you had Sandy and Ken Satija. They didn't have Jolt Cola back then that I remember. But we'd go in there and, being little asshole kids in a pretty predominantly white redneck town, you would go in there and, like, Mr. Satija would be nasty to you. So the kids would be nasty back to him, like, oh, do, make fun of him or what have you. And he was one of those guys, like, you would go in and a loaf of bread would have the price on it of $2, and he would ring it up for $3 to your parents if you were an asshole to him. And they'd be like, yo, but it says $2 on it. It's $4 or you don't get it. Looked like this dude who impeached Trump recently, right? Like, or wrote up the articles impeachment for Trump. But Mr. Satija was just like this asshole. And he would change the price depending on how much he liked you or not. But if you were nice to him, like I was always like not nice to him, but I wouldn't go out of my way to be an asshole to him. I'd bring up, like, 200 of those little Swedish fish, and he'd charge me $1.50. Like, he was nice about it, right? So Mr. Satija, um, he, like, time went on or whatever. The kids used to all make fun of him and shit. And I'm gonna say I was probably in like 7th or 8th grade, and they had these apartments above the convenience store. Well, this girl in her mid-20s rented one of those apartments. Mr. Satija one night lets himself in, and yeah, tried to grape her. Right? She knocked the shit out of him real quick. Runs out, calls the police, which the police are not far down the street. Police show up. All this. It's a whole big thing because you're in a small little redneck town. And, of course, people start boycotting the store, all this. His wife takes the kids, basically, like, ditches them and leaves them. And Mr. Satija goes up into that room and decides, hey, I've destroyed my entire life. But before he goes up in that little room, all the kids now that used to go in there and make fun of him would go in and go, like, make fun of him, be like, they'd sing the Addams Family song, but they started calling it the Hindu hut, right? So it'd be like the creepy and they're kooky, they're all together, spookies, the Hindus in the hut, right? And everybody's like making fun of him, like, to his face, like little kids, like I don't know, I'm like 10, 11 at this time. And all the kids would sit there and do this to him. And then he'd be like, you get out of my store, you goddamn kids, right? And they'd keep singing the song. And then he'd start to come around the counter to come chase you. And the kids would all start yelling, help, Mr. Satija is going to rape us. He's going to rape us. So basically, fucking, he has enough of this. The entire town's basically fucking with him. People's parents fucking with him. Kids are fucking with him now. His wife's left him, take the kids and all that. Took him pretty much for what he's worth. So he goes up into the one apartment where he try to do this shit to this girl. Takes a gun and shoots himself. He doesn't die. So now, as far as I know, this man is stuck in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, quadriplegic. The entire town fucking hates him. His wife's gone. Daughters won't want anything to do with him, right? He had 2 daughters. They didn't want anything to do with him. And yeah, I don't know what happened to him past that point, but it's a fucking crazy story. But the Hindu hut, that's how, like, it ended up becoming known. Fucking dark ass story, huh, guys? Yeah, I mean, the kicker was, I just remember, I'll never forget some, and there were kids I went to grade school with. or whatever, going in there and literally saying directly to him, like singing that song to him. Like, and some of them would sing the entire song, and then it was always the Hindus in the hut, you know. But the whole help, Mr. Satij is going to rape us, and like, just imagine you go down. That's how you go down for the rest of your life. Yeah, and you're right. It's karma, dude. It's karma. Yeah, and you're not wrong either. Fucking with people till they would chase you was peak 5th to 7th grade. Like, I remember my one buddy Matt. He used to. It was hysterical. We were in probably like that, like 5th to 7th grade, and granted, like he's a fucked up dude now. Like, he was a fucked up dude even when we were kids, but his parents were like impressive people. They owned business, like whole 9 yards. Really took care of him. Nice house, good upbringing, the whole 9 yards. He just was like an asshole of a person, right? But I'll never forget him going into the other store, Nixon's. We were all up there. He goes walking into the store. I grab like a Coca Cola, buy it or whatever, because we're all up there, kids on bikes or what have you. And he walks up and he's like, "Yeah, and a pack of Marlboro Red, you know." Like, or Marlboro. He didn't even call them Reds. He just called them Marlboro. And the shopkeeper's like, "You got to be 18 and da 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 da." He goes, "Oh, they're from my mom. My mom sent me to get them for her." And he goes, "Oh, okay," and gives him the fucking pack of cigarettes. In the meantime, we go out in the parking lot and there he is, like sparking up cigarettes and shit. You want to go mess with Hoser? You guys would yell, ride past him and yell Hoser. Did he ever chase you or spray you with the hose or anything? There was one guy, and I still don't know the whole entire deal with him. He was an older man, very gaunt. I'm gonna say he must have. Now that I'm looking in hindsight, he had to be like 80 years old. But this dude would just walk in different parts of the neighborhood, and like the whole thing is like, I'm telling you, when I say this shit was all trees, it was like all trees, and then some houses and then more trees. So it's all like back roads and what have you. Hell, the one road was just dirt up until I was like 13 years old or whatever. But dude, that's fucked up, Steve. That's great though. But yeah, this old dude, he would walk around and like, I don't know if he had dementia or what, but like his eyes, he wouldn't blink. He would just stare straight ahead, and his mouth was always agape. So he'd be walking and just kind of like shambling, but that's what he did. He would just walk around, and I'll never forget it. My buddy Guido had picked me up. We're going out to the next town over to the bowling alley, and we're taking the back roads in. And like that dude was walking, and we had just fucking like gotten baked out of our gourds. And as we're driving, Guido sees this guy and he starts to swerve towards him. I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing?" He's like, "It's a fucking zombie, dude." Jerk the wheel the other way. Like, "No, man, no, that guy's around here all the time. Fuck." But he did. He looked just like a zombie when he was walking. Yeah, I mean, there was only certain people that we fucked with, definitely when we were kids. But the people that we fucked with, like adult wise, we were merciless about it. Like, we were just little asshole kids. Like, we really, really were. I mean, there was nothing to do. Like, we'd go out in the woods and play games and what have you. Play fucking, go build forts and all that shit. Like, Honestly, I think video games ruined my life in a way. I was way more adventurous before them when I was a kid. But I love my fucking video games too. I don't think Donkey Kong, like, he's coming out dark brown, which is nice. But I think he needs a tonal shift as far as his coloring goes. Turn back on that image. Yeah, I think he does. I think he needs to be a lighter brown. Maybe a burnt sienna or something. No, not terracotta. Let's step him up a little bit. Honeycomb, I think this might do it. Oh yeah, dude, we used to throw snowballs at cars and shit like that too. Um, I never did the flaming bag of dog shit thing. Like, it was never one of my things. That's too light. See, I'll hit. I'll bet you that'll look right here. It does. God damn it. So that's good for his center fur. All right, so I need to step down from that honeycomb. Let's try nutmeg. Trying to find the right brown for her. Hey, this is going to be the same problem I'm going to have with Squirrel Girl, too. I'm telling you that now. Yeah, snowballs at cars were always a fun one to do. And you're right. People would freak the fuck out. They'd get out of their car or whatever screaming. That last comment Steve put in, I'm looking for it. Where is it? Me neither. We put a dildo we found on some old lady's doorstep because someone said she was drawing swastikas on stuff. What? Really? I mean, I think I told the story at Halloween about a couple times I had encountered the cult, like Satanists basically out that in the woods. Yeah, this is more the right color I was looking for. But yeah, people drawing swastikas and stuff, that didn't really happen all that much. Yeah, you're not wrong, Shrey. That comment definitely got looked at for two reasons right there: swastika and dildo in the same sentence. Jesus. And then Steve said, someone said she drew swastikas and stuff and threw it in the street, a milk carton. Yeah, it's the word swastika. Man, it's such a, the swastika to me is a crazy thing because in Hindu religion or whatever, that shit is a symbol of peace and like love and all kinds of stuff. They twisted that shit and made that shit evil as fuck now. They done did fuck that thing. The whole meaning of a swastika up means some hateful shit nowadays. But then again, what do you expect when you compare people to Hitler and Nazis and all kinds of fucking evil bullshit like this? Oh, YouTube, Steve. YouTube will cut your comments, censor them, stuff like that. It's not Sheree doing it. Like, Sheree can cut comments. She doesn't because she knows, like, well, on ABL she has to, right? Here, Sheree knows basically how I operate. You know, you do you talk the way you talk like an adult. It's not really a family show. It's an adult show. It's for us old folks or us old farts. A couple younger people watching or whatever, but for the bulk of it, we're all adults. We can all handle foul language, stuff like this. Um, but yeah, Sheree doesn't censor anything. She knows I don't like censorship. The only thing I will not tolerate is basically actual legitimate racism. Like, if you're talking some racist shit in my chat, then you got to get the fuck out of here. But outside of that, yeah, yeah, you're right. I think it was in all cultures, and because I mean, it's an easy fucking symmetrical design. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, that's why I say Sheree's one of the greatest mods on these interwebs too, is because she has to deal with anybody who drops shit, fuck, anything else in ABL's chat, right? While it's going on. So she has to read everything everybody's saying and edit it as it's coming up. And I mean, that's why here is like, a day off for her basically, because I'm like, just chill in the chat, and if we get a bot in here or something, kick them out, or somebody's being a real scumbag, get rid of them. But outside of that, everybody's got free reign to say what's on their mind. That's the whole chill and chat part of this. Dude, yeah, Sheree's fast as fuck at her job. Like, Sheree's amazing. Amazing. And like, I'm not gonna lie, I that the only reason I even tune into ABL anymore, you guys saw it last night if you were there. Dropped in, saw who was in the chat real quick. Like, I'll wait, I'll scroll back up the chat real quick, look, be like, okay, Devin's in here, Steve's in here, Rebel's in here, all that, and give a shout out to Sheree for being the greatest mod on the internet. Say hi to all you guys and be like, I'm out, peace. Ivan doesn't exist in ABL's chats that we know of. I don't think he actually reads the chats. I think Ivan just calls into the show to give ABL, like, kind of kind of correct them. And there's been speculation by people that have watched ABL for a long time that Ivan is actually friends with ABL on the plant. Now, how true or false that is, I don't know. I mean, I've got friends that are super liberal that I like to argue with, but I don't air that argument. Like, I don't air our personal conversations when we have them and when we're arguing politics and stuff. I mean, it'd probably make for an interesting stream, but at the same point in time, you know, I don't think it would be appropriate for some reason. The show was a sleeper. Somebody else said it was a good show. I think Rebel said it was a good show earlier. How was it a sleeper? Just like I said, the news. So there is one guy who filed articles of impeachment against Trump, which isn't going to go anywhere. If the midterms happen, they get Congress, they're going to impeach Trump immediately again. Which I'm not going to lie, go ahead, because all you're doing really is just kicking yourself in the nuts. Like, Democrats still haven't learned, like, people don't give a shit about that. They want change in the country. And that's why when we were talking about the grade I gave Trump, I gave him a C, because it's like, I still want to see our economy stabilize, us doing all better and all that stuff. I think he just needs more time to cook. Like, I think he's on the right path, and I think he has an idea of what needs to get done, but he needs more time to get it done. He's got to stop with the I'm going to do everything day one. I'm going to do it immediately in 24 hours and sign an executive order. Actually, get legislation and policy through. That's just my opinion. Wait, he's having conversations with whom? Aliens like talking to some dude who's like, well, there's some people that are like that, man, that they will they'll talk a whole bunch of shit, but then immediately delete their chats. And the reason why is because they don't want a running record of it on the internet. Now, if you guys notice, I have the chat going up the right side of the screen. The reason why is because even if you delete that shit, man, that stuff in my chat is permanent. Like I don't have it on a delay like ABL does. I've got my shit set in real time. That's how if I miss somebody's chat or whatever, it's censored, I can go look at the real time feed. And that's the uncensored feed that's running up on the right hand side of the screen. And what's this guy's name? He's a weird fucking guy. I mean, I guess I should shout out to Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Vlog. Awesome channel. Just discusses a whole bunch of different topics. Always learning. Wants to make this a YouTube like a profession or whatever. So support him. He's a cool guy. Good dude. Always. I think he always shouts me out too. I don't know if he always shouts me out, maybe only when I'm there, but I know he shouts me out quite a bit, and I appreciate it. I've definitely gotten some subscribers that have come over here, so I'm always thankful to him for supporting me. What kind of nonsense? Like, what are we talking about? Agent 48, huh? Well, Agent 47 is a character from a video game called Hitman. Just FYI. But Agent 48, I don't know. So he's just like a fucking wacko. Is that what you're telling me? Like he's saying shit that makes no sense, like Kamala Harris would have been a better president, like stuff, that kind of shit, or stuff that makes no sense, like I had a dog with 3 testicles in the scrotum once, stuff like that. He's saying biblical. You think he's citing? You need either Paul or Devin in that stream then to decipher if he's saying something that's on par with Bible. Those two are my biblical experts. That's how I have them rated. Paul has learned the Bible his good chunk of his youth and his adult life. His parents would have kicked Christ out of him if not. And Devin's very devout Catholic. She's pretty fucking down on that Bible too. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Devin in the chat. If you're out there, popcorn to you. If not, we miss you, Dev. I got to give a shout out to all you guys. You guys are awesome. Like, I noticed Duke Raoul's missing. Hopefully he's doing well. Hopefully he probably got baked and was chilling with the dogs and forgot about the show tonight. But it's all good. I understand, man. I was super happy because the first one actually here tonight was Rebel. I was like, damn, Reb. It was very nice of him. I'm listening again, flap his fucking gums for like 4 hours or whatever. Shaquille O'Neal, I invited to this stream a couple times, Eugene. He just won't take me up on the offer. I think he thinks I'm going to ambush him if I get him in here and just like break his balls for a solid like 2 hours or something. And it's like, no, dude, I actually want to hear your perspective on things. You seem like you could be an interesting person to talk to. You know what I mean? But he never took me up on the offer, and I'm not going to go out of my way again to offer. Sheree saw me offer. I made sure Sheree saw me. No, honestly, it could be that high drunk combination. It could also be that he's, talking a bunch of shit, but then he is paranoid and just doesn't want anybody like, oh my God, if I put this out on the internet, they're going to come to my house and look into me kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like any which way you look at it, it could just be somebody with a mental disorder. There's plenty of those people on the fucking internets. Plenty of them. I mean, technically, I guess you could say I have a mental disorder. I'm sitting here painting. I'm an adult man that's almost turning 50, painting fucking action figures, right? And actually, they're more like statues, or as Mister would call them, my dolls. Trying to color match a fucking Donkey Kong's asshole while I paint it, Like, what color is his butthole? Oh, it's this color brown, not this color brown. Oh, you're talking about Shaquille O'Neal too gung ho with the Democrat, but that's fine, man. Like, people can have their take on politics. Politics should only be one aspect of your personality and who you are as a person, right? I think a lot of times that's part of the problem is that you let that shit break down into tribalism, right? And, hey, look, if everything the Democrats did was evil, then we would recognize it. Everybody as a collective would probably recognize it as evil and destroy them or burn them at the stake or, drop them from a short rope, stuff like this. There's got to be something that they're good at. There's got to be some kind of good that they're redeeming themselves in. Are they fucking like kind of off the reservation, as the old saying goes? Have they kind of lost the plot to the film? Yeah. Will they swing back and figure it out and fix it? Maybe. I don't know yet. We'll have to see. But it doesn't make somebody that follows them, doesn't make them evil either. Doesn't mean that everything they say can be evil. There was one time I got in an argument with a troll in ABL's chat. And like I was going tit for tat with this guy back and forth. And then he got boring because he started repeating himself. I thought he was going to be like super good. And he was just like boring to break his balls or whatever. And I had stopped like arguing, and the guy just kept going. And out of nowhere, Shaquille O'Neal, out of all the people, saw this and stepped in. I was like, really? All right. All right, cool. So, I mean, politics can only be one aspect of you. Now granted, actually, I blame 2020. I think the pandemic. I think it was all COVID when nobody else had any good entertainment to watch and all that. Everybody kind of got really into politics, and it became more than it should actually be in our lives. It should be a very small part of our lives, but we make it a huge, huge part. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Eugene. They're all fucked up. The ones that don't sound crazy, right? There are some that don't sound crazy, but what they're doing is they have to pander to the ones that do sound crazy so that they win their election. And because they have to pander to them, it's costing them because the other people are objectively fucking batshit crazy. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. 2020 broke a lot of people. It fucked a lot of people up. Look, I can look at certain things, right? Like Ben Shapiro, never a huge Trump guy, right? Matter of fact, if DeSantis could have won, he would have been riding his fucking coattails all the way to the end. Didn't really like Donald Trump. Ended up voting for him and all this stuff. Where Ben Shapiro went off the deep end and something broke in him was October 7th. The October 7th attacks happened, and ever since then, Ben Shapiro, you can't recognize him from the Ben Shapiro before October 7th. Like there's always something that breaks a person and makes you look at them a little different, I guess. I mean, fortunately for me, I'm the same asshole week in, week out that you guys have been listening to for the most part. And I don't really change. Like I'll tell you my perspective on it. I'm honest with it, all that kind of stuff. Like I don't think ABL's completely broken yet, but that whole track star stabbing thing, man, it slanted him a little bit in my eyes. You know, stuff like this, and it can happen to it's happened to everybody. Can happen to anybody, and has happened to everybody at different points. I think in their streaming life, like anybody who streams a lot, like Tim Pool, real easy because he streams 7 days or was streaming 6 days a week for a while there. Cut it down, but like even Tim Pool, same fucking thing. Yeah, I hear you, Steve. Like social media to me, I go on there, I might post. Speaking of which, you know what? I got to give this guy a shout out because I haven't seen him on. I haven't seen him on any of my lives in a while. But you guys remember, for anybody who's been here for a minute, Frogzilla, right? His birthday was the other day, so I got to give him a shout out for give him a happy birthday. Um, but yeah, like I saw on my social media, it's Frogzilla's birthday. Happy birthday, Frogzilla! Like forever demonetized isn't here today, but shout out to him too. He's usually always here. Chubby little buddy, my buddy Bubba dropped in for a little bit there for a cup of coffee. David Mon's probably listening still and half asleep on his controller right now. Stuff like this. I don't know. Social media, half my friends, my real life friends, there's like maybe two of them I still talk to at all, like on any kind of basis. Like Bubba, I talk to once a week. Um, he calls me once a week. We'll have discussions between the two of us. But outside of that, like reality is, I'll talk to people maybe once every couple months. Like I've definitely become just quiet and on my own. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that shit's ridiculous, Steve. Now granted I live out in the woods and around here, neighbors are neighbors. We all kind of wave at each other. Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? Leave each other just alone. And the thing is, if somebody right now were breaking into my house, I would expect to hear a gunshot because my neighbor will have shot them. And same thing for my neighbor. If I saw somebody climbing into his window, that person's they might as well get a pair of shovels because it's over. Okay. You want my take on what happened with Tim Pool with all that? You're talking about when he fired Hannah Claire, um, and all that shit, right? Eugene, is that what you're talking about? He did. He lied. He big time lied. Which is awesome, Steve. That's like honestly, country life it's a quiet life. Especially, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think you're like my age. You're probably close to it, like really close to it. But especially getting older, I found that I like the quiet life. I want to be left alone. I don't want to be in a hustle and bustle. And, it's neat having all these different things like pizza and places to eat and all this shit and convenience stores open all night and all that. But I kind of like the country life. I kind of like the quiet. I came out here to raise my kids and get old and die. And God damn it, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Yeah, so you're 7 years younger than I am. Well, actually, almost 8. So almost a decade, but still, that doesn't matter. I mean, you're hitting that range too. That's right about the range where I had fucking said, you know what, enough of this fucking bullshit going on. I'm out. I definitely got to go lighter with Donkey here. I want to keep his belly and shit dark, but he definitely needs to go lighter. We will go with this brown, and then I'll go to a skin tone over it, and that should do it. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it, Steve? Um, yeah. So Tim Pool, he fired all those people because his girlfriend probably told him to. That it, like, if you notice, the ones that he fired were females, right? And honestly, Hannah Claire, she's not super attractive. She's not super busted. Kind of right in the middle. The problem is that Tim Pool was with his girlfriend, the one he's got a kid with, when Lydia was still on that show. And Tim was 110% smashing Lydia. We know that as fact because of Adam Krigler catching the two of them together. He kept Lydia on as the producer, and according to Adam Krigler, kept trying to get, like, Tim would be sitting there, his girlfriend would be like right next to him, and she'd start rubbing Tim's feet, like, for example. Shit like this. Like, now another woman came over, started rubbing my feet with my wife behind me. Unless she was a paid masseuse who was paid to rub my feet, my wife would fucking execute her where she sat, you know? So I have a feeling that Tim Pool was kind of close with Hannah Claire, maybe not to the point of Lydia, but yeah, I think that definitely had some kind of play in it. It's Tim Pool stuff, Steve. So Lydia was Tim Pool's producer, and she was on. At first, it was Tim Pool and Adam Krigler used to do Timcast IRL when it first started. The whole plan actually with Timcast was that he was fixing up this van, and they were going to travel around the country and talk to just ordinary people. And then what it turned into is your standard ass podcast with celebrities on there and stuff, and, you know, political people. But basically, what ended up happening was Adam Krigler bounced from the show because he said that Tim would, like, you know, was just a scumbag, basically, you know, long of the short. And that was the big bombshell, is they all lived in like the same house in New Jersey at the time. And one time he actually saw Tim Pool like and Lydia in bed together. That was like one of the big bombs he dropped. Yeah, I don't know when I started watching. I don't think I haven't been watching him as long as fucking Occupy Wall Street, but I had been watching him for a while. I actually found him, and I can't remember. I think it was like 2016, probably about the same time I found ABL. I'm not gonna lie. Was ABL live in like 2016? Like, was he doing his show? Because honestly, I just see ABL's videos. I never really did his live. Then I started watching him whenever he'd do his live, and then you know, I liked ABL's message for the most part. Agreed with a lot of the stuff he said or whatever, and then really it came down to the people in the chat. Like, I just started bullshitting with you guys in the chat, and that took it to a whole different level, which is funny because when I first started bullshitting with everybody in the chat, I actually would do it under my real name, like on my main account. And then, you know, like I was like, oh shit, well, I better switch this up to my actual GAM, you know, and I had to tell people, Like, I think Devin was one of the first ones. I'm like, like GAM equals my real name. Yeah, I mean, I remember all that stuff. Like I said, Tim Pool, there was a point in time where before you realize he's just kind of full of shit and in it for the money, like he isn't really morally outraged about any of this stuff, and realizing that if he said Civil War like a dozen times or whatever, it would pick up on the YouTube algorithm. Like the algorithm would take over for it. Because that's why he kept saying, I hate to say this Civil War. I hate to say this Civil War. Every video was Civil War. There's a reason he was doing all that. He had figured out, like, nobody knows the actual algorithm for YouTube and all that, but he figured out that it did place him, it drew more eyes to his videos and stuff. And then once IRL started taking off, that was it. Like, the grift was, once you get the grift going and you start getting all that money coming in every month, man, that's got to be an addictive thing. Like, I mean, think about it. You make a video, you make like a couple $100,000 from it, from people subscribing to your private website just for news that you can read off of, every fucking other goddamn mainstream media shit. Like, that's got to get addictive real quick. Yeah, see, like the whole thing was in the beginning, there weren't any guests. In the beginning, it was him, Adam Krigler, and the one chick, Lydia, who didn't really say all that much. She just like did the cameras or whatever till he got rid of Adam Krigler. But flat out, what was interesting about Timcast in the beginning was Adam Krigler was a blue no matter who type person. And you got to see him get red pilled in real time, go, no, that's not right. And then being shown that, holy shit, that is correct. Oh my God, I'm wrong, And him actually like swinging around and becoming all kinds of like super MAGA, you know what I mean? So it was interesting to watch somebody who politically didn't know shit get informed and then realized how he was wrong, basically. Yeah, and Steve's right. Now the problem is that like as Tim got bigger and bigger guests on there and all that stuff, like he started out with this one, that one, or the other one, there's people he got rid of. Like, so that's one of the people that he fired, right? The one was what's her name? Cassandra, and I can't remember what her original name is. Fairbanks. And then it became like McDonald or something like that. Like she got married, but she was the one who booked all the guests for Tim's show. She got fired at the same time as Hannah Claire. Well, people didn't know this at the time, but Cassandra, whatever her last name is, she actually, like, when I saw her the first time, I'm like, I know that chick from somewhere. She had like a couple porn videos. So I'm sure that Tim having a kid with his girlfriend and all that stuff, like, I think, he got rid of those girls that he might have been keeping there, like, just in case I need to tap something. Like, they were his on pause. If I need to tap it, like, I'm out of pocket. I got nobody who's going to go to bed with me tonight. I'm going to tap into one of these two. Honestly, that's just my take on it, though. Yeah, well, Eliza Blue was a whole nother thing. That was Shane Cashman. That was the one guy. No, oh, that's news to you. Yeah, he fired Hannah Claire. So he flipped the fuck out, like Eugene said. He had this flip out stream where he was like, that's it. I think I'm going to stop doing this and all this other stuff. And I'm like, what? Like, because, you know, it came up on this other channel, D-Day Cobra, which is Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. It's his channel. And I watch him all the time. Like, he's fucking awesome, right? Like, he just calls it straight and tells the fucking truth. He's like, did I put out a clickbait type headline to that upset people and got them talking about me and tuning in? You're goddamn right I did. Like, he's just honest about shit, right? But he hates fucking Tim Pool, and the reason why it's called Cobra Cast IRL is because this is when Tim Pool freaked the fuck out. So Jeremy launched Cobra Cast because the show or whatever cut off because a guest was talking about something, and Tim pulled the show down and took it to a members only section. He's like, look, I'm not going to do that shit to you, all this. But yeah, he even said, he was just like, you know, Tim's sitting there flipping out that, you know, he had these technical problems and all this with this new studio and people aren't doing this, that, and the other thing. And he may just quit. He's like, he's full of shit. He ain't quitting anything. And Jeremy was 100% right. But as soon as that resolved, the resolution was that Hannah Claire Brimlow and the other chick, the Cassandra chick, I guess, were fired. Like, he fired the two of them, which, you know, Tim doesn't talk about why why he does stuff, like why he fires people or any of that bullshit. He keeps it quite tight under his beanie and close to the vest. Yeah, Eliza Blue. Like, I don't know anything about the chick. I don't know all that much about it. I just know the controversy about Shane Cashman was like really good friends with her or some shit like this. And Tim Pool said he was going to do a hard hitting interview on her. And he sent Shane Cashman to do it. And it was like, yo, so you're basically like, hey, I'm going to send your best friend to interview you. And then sure as shit, it was a softball interview. I just remember like some shit like that had happened. I don't remember everything with it. My bigger one was fucking Jack Murphy. You say Jack Murphy to anybody who ever used to watch Timcast back when it first started or whatever, everybody knows who what you call it is. And like his story and everything else, like just unreal. Like that shit unraveled so quick. But it also told you a lot about Tim Pool too. Like he literally, I never heard of Jack Murphy before in my entire fucking life until Tim Pool. And the moment this guy gets exposed is, you know, oh, he sits on dildos on the internet for money for 5 or 50 cents in tip money. Like what? And he's telling you how he can help you be a better man or a stronger man or whatever. Like, what the fuck? And then Tim kind of like did a whole apology thing for him. And then the rest of the shit about him came out about how he's kind of like basically rooking people for their loots. And Tim fucking cut him off, and you never heard the fucking name Jack Murphy again. Yeah, see, Steve, Jack Murphy. Yep. Yeah, the Jack Murphy. When the article comes up, because it started off with an article and then it was him putting stuff in his butt on the internet, talking about having sex with college boys and stuff like this. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, the Jack Murphy thing was that was the big downfall. That was strike one for Tim Pool for me. Fucking but tell us why people got fired. Well, that's just it. Sometimes you can't. So the whole problem is that with bigger corporations in particular, I'm sure it's this way for shit like Daily Wire, for Timcast or whatever. If you're smart, what you're doing is you're going to your employee once you start getting big enough, and you say, hey, look, here's an NDA. You must sign this. And then if we fire you for whatever reason, you get X amount of severance pay unless we fire you for cause. If we're laying you off or getting rid of you, then you get no money. Well, you don't get severance pay, but the NDA is still in effect. So that's why Candace can't really talk about it. That's why a lot of these people that are getting let go from different companies like that can't talk about it. Yeah, Jack Murphy cut his beard down to like a small, slim down beard and changed his name and all kinds of stuff. Think it's John Goldman or some shit like this now. But yeah, Jack Murphy, dude, that shit was hysterical. Hysterical. Like I watched that shit unravel in real time because what's that chick's name? Sydney. I can't even remember what the fuck. What her name was. It was another. It's her and this dude, and they were doing this show. I can't remember. You Are Here, I want to say it's called. And like the whole thing is the chick just literally was reading the super chats like as they're coming in. And she goes, and she reads them verbatim. She's like, look, people pay us money. We read whatever they send us, right? I just read off whatever the question is. And the question came up, and it was like, Jack Murphy, can you explain the article that you wrote about liking being a cuck? And he like lost his shit. Yep, Sydney Watson, you are here. Thank you, Six. Good to see you. Dun, 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 Six. But yeah, he lost his shit, dude. He was like, and the best part was he told her flat out. He was like, "Fuck you," heartfelt, "Fuck you," and everybody was pissed at him for that. But then, because he had such a guttural reaction, everybody's just like, "Okay, what the hell's this shit about this article about cucking?" So he Streisand effect that shit where everybody looked into it. And it was like, then it was just everybody went on a tear because it's like, oh, dude, he's talking about like his wife going out and banging another guy. Like, what? While he's chilling at home. Holy shit, Bean is here. Just getting done work, Beans. I don't think he's a MAGA fanboy. I also don't think he's an objective journalist. I think whatever's going to get him clicks is what he's going to talk about. Like, I don't trust his fucking ass at all. I haven't trusted him in a long time when I figured out it was all a grift. As soon as I realized, I was like, dude, this guy is grifty as shit. That's kind of it. Like my internal gammy sense, like Spidey sense, it's gammy sense, went off, and I was just like, yeah, this guy's a con man. Damn, Beans, 12 hours. Dear Lord. It's a good thing we know you do like regular stuff because I would make all kinds of jokes right now about that. But god damn, that sucks. I got to get something to drink. I'm glad you made it though, Beans. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. What makes you think you deserve a sugar daddy, huh, there, ma'am? Yeah, and you're right, Eugene. You can tell exactly who the fucking grifters are. That's one of the reasons why I have no problem at all shouting out Alien, because he's not a grifter. He's just a younger dude who's trying to be a YouTuber for life. Like that's the life he's chosen. That's just it. If you found a good man to put a load on, hey, maybe it'd be better. I don't know. I mean, honestly, it's about balance anyway. Well, you need to call Tim Pool then and have him hook you up with Lydia. She'll rub your feet. You missed the first half of the conversation, or that'd be really funny to you, Beans. Alien didn't choose. No, he fucking chose this life. Jesus Christ. What is going on? Streams like there's one person watching, there's like 5 people chatting right now. So how the fuck does that work? Yeah, I'm working on Donkey right now. All I've got is his outer fur. It's got to get touched up. I'm starting to work on the inner fur. I did I have Agamatto earlier. Came out all right. The what you call it in the back though, the mechanism, like I was showing, it snapped off. So the actual medallion itself, and if you don't know what this is, it's Doctor Strange's medallion. The actual mechanism itself is all right. Or the actual model itself is okay. But the mechanism broke. Otherwise, this would look like this. Like it would open up, and then there's a spot here where you put like the time stone or whatever in the middle. But you can twist the mechanism in the back, and it's supposed to open the eye, and that broke. That's what I'm saying, Beans. Right? It says there's 4 people watching, but if you count up everybody who's chatting in the chat right now, there's no way. Like honestly, my I have the little monitor thing that tells me everybody's patched in the stream. It says there's 1 person watching and 4 people chatting. So something just went goofy with the stream. Oh. I don't know what the hell happened with the stream. Is what it is. It'll fix soon enough. I'm sure it'll fix itself. And it says 2 and 9 people chatting, so go figure that one out. There's plenty of people like David Mon will put it on in the background. Shit, wrong color. David Mon will put it in the background while he's gaming and stuff like that. There are a couple people that watch this shit and just silently watch it. Stranded's probably somewhere around here too, bouncing around, chilling. Maybe even Devin. I haven't seen Devin tonight, so she might be sitting in the background, just sitting there and eating popcorn, listening. She does that sometimes. She's not feeling super interactive. Heartfelt. Shit, if the FBI were watching, I'm fine with that. They can watch all they want. What the fuck? I'm all American, baby. That is something I gotta say this. This is gonna be one you guys might disagree with me or might agree with me on. Does anybody else feel like Pam Bondi might be in over her head? Like she might talk a good game, but like the job might be a little much for her. Yeah, David's Larkin. Yeah, I could believe it. But yeah, I mean, Pam Bondi, I don't know. Like most of the shit she's done and dealt with and all that, I feel like it's kind of flopped. And it was all stuff that she said, on day one they need to do this, day one they need to do that. She got the job, and it's like, oh shit, day one came and went, and she still hasn't, like, I don't know, released all the Epstein files, or like to a point where Prince Andrew's accuser fucking killed herself, supposedly, allegedly killed herself. I don't think she did. Pam with the Pam with the cool necklace. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Yeah, all right, so there we go, Eugene. You just said it, and that's part of my issue. They can't go after certain people and, all this stuff. But before she got in there, the amount of shit she said about nobody's above the law and all this kind of stuff, the same way they used to, the Democrats kind of use that shit on Donald Trump. Nobody's above the law, but this one judge who decided she was going to, smuggle a illegal immigrant out the back of her courthouse, and they're trying to like praise her for that shit. But she's now apparently above the law. There's always that nobody's above the law stuff, but Pam Bondi, that was one of the big draws to her, was you're going to get the Epstein files, you're going to get the JFK files, you're going to get the RFK files. Oh shit, they're fucking with me, they won't give me the files. But I don't know. I think you're right, and they probably can't go after certain people, but at least come out and tell the American public, like, I don't know. I'm kind of like this though on it. Let's say you hired me. Let's say I'm sitting here and I'm talking all this shit about all these different people, right? Like I do every week. Tim Pool comes to me and offers me a job with him. Do you guys think I'd take the job with Tim Pool? I'm going to pay you X amount of money to do it. You're going to be one of my hosts. Tim Pool, you can go fuck your mother. That's what would come out of my mouth. And this is why, right? Okay, but this is business, blah, blah, blah. No. What the fuck was that? This is business, this, that, and the other. Fuck that. I'm not down for it. Like that just goes against my morals, right? I said it, I meant it, I'm here to represent it. When it comes to something like this, if you made me the AG, I said, all right, I'm going to release all the Epstein files. You said, well, there's certain things you can't say about certain people. I'd be like, okay, no problem. And I would release all the information and immediately resign from my position. And I would go on every fucking talk show and tell everybody in the fucking entire country, this is why I resigned. They wouldn't let me talk about Prince Andrew being a scumbag and fucking, banging underage girls and stuff like that. I would have gone off. And that's where I'm saying is, I don't know. You don't talk that shit unless you're ready to back it the fuck up. Yeah. And that's just it. Same thing. Cash Patel talked a whole lot of shit. Dan Bongino, I don't know exactly what position he's in. I can't remember what he's over, but he's not in like a position like Cash Patel is where he's head of the FBI or some shit. Maybe assistant director or whatever. So he can do some stuff, but really it comes from the boss. And that's just what I mean. Like they talked all this shit, but once you get in there and you actually see what that shit is, you're going to go play the game. You're going to go play ball. Like Tulsi Gabbard, for her part, I can say I was a little disappointed when she was all right with them bombing Yemen when she wasn't before, but she also stopped them going to war with fucking Iran. So at least we know she's still got some of her moral compass intact. We already know who's in charge, though. That's the whole thing. That's the big bullshit that they're supposed to be getting out is the people that have been in charge. Right? That's what the American people voted for. Trump is basically a Molotov cocktail to a storefront. Like I said, that's one of those why do I give Donald Trump a C plus for his or a C for his first set of days. That's why. That's why it's not an A from GAM or I'm gonna let it cook because maybe there's something in the pipe we're not seeing that's gonna come down that's gonna change everything. Am I honestly like believing that? Not really. I think that's too light. That is too light. That's too lightened. All right, so I need a shade darker. What color was that? That was that fucking conch, wasn't it? That's a linen. Probably the color color match I need. Nah, it's not Aliens and the Devil. You know who's in charge? Find your CEOs. Whatever CEO. CEO, let's say Walmart's the biggest thing on the planet right now. CEO of Walmart. That's who's in charge. That's who actually oversees all our shit in our government because it's all about what makes them money. Because that money goes into the campaigns and then the politician can live off the taxpayer, right? So that's really who's in charge is your donor class. Israel. I hate to even fucking like suggest shit like this because it sounds anti-Semitic as fuck. But I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the government. Israel really does seem to cause a fucking shit ton of problems, doesn't it? Like it honestly, I feel terrible saying that too because it does. It sounds like fucked up, but not gonna lie, you know. Well, we're gonna bomb Iran. Who's gonna bomb Iran? America? Nope. Israel. Israel's gonna bomb Iran. We just want to borrow a couple of your B-2 bombers to do it. Is that all right? I don't like that either, dude. That shit is too light. Like it just, damn it, man. Shit's pissing me off now. I don't want to go to a gray. I need just to tone it down just a little darker. Maybe a super light brown, somewhere in between. Yeah, Rock, and Rockefeller. Here's the thing: how come ABC got an interview with Trump? Right? You guys saw him destroy this fucking jerk off the other night. But how is it that he has to talk to him or have a sit down interview with him? Why would you have a sit down interview with them? Oh, I think that's got it. I think I found my color. Why would you, like, if these people are assholes to you, They always lie about you and stuff like that. Why are you sitting down and talking with them? Why not? You know what? How about this? How about you get on Air Force One, you fly out to fucking Texas, you sit down with Joe Rogan for like 3 hours and have a fucking conversation with him while you're the president of the fucking United States of America. Holy shit. Well, it's always about money. Like I said, I don't want to disparage Jewish people because it's not them. You know, I don't think it's like disparaging Palestinians, right? Is it Palestinians really who are fucking doing all this shit, or is it Hamas doing it? Same thing. Is it Israeli citizens, or is it the Israeli government that's doing this shit? Well, I mean, that's just it, though. It's real funny, isn't it? Money? What the fuck is money anymore? Just numbers in the computer at this point. Like, there's a point in time where however much, you know, whatever your weight in gold was determined how much money you had. Now it's whatever that little bank account says. Well, what if somebody manipulates the bank account to say it's more or less? Yeah, but that's just it. We go over. All right, so I mean, I'm not going to even say Yemen, really. Uh, let's say we start a war with Iran. Let's just say those bombs that fall, yeah, are they going to kill soldiers and shit? Yeah. Do you think it's not going to kill their civilian population? Maybe they fucking hate the guy. Maybe the guy you just blew up hated the government and wanted to overthrow it eventually. Maybe he felt the same way we do, that they're slaves to a machine that they have no control over. Oh, they have control over crypto now too, for the most part. I think the only one that they don't have super control on is Bitcoin. But everybody's got to be careful and watch how much the government attains of Bitcoin. I think it's just it's a shame because I think idealistically we all want a government that is all about us taking care of us, um, not like overlording us. Just I think that's what our founding fathers' original vision was. It wasn't, hey, we're in charge, we're the overlords. I think it was everybody just needs to live their life, chill, and fucking and be cool. Or as Bill S. Preston Esquire once said, be excellent to yourself and to others. I think it was all about that. And somehow this shit's all gotten twisted over the years. I can't even see how many likes I've got. My fucking hold on a minute. Let me do this. I knew you were down to smash something, Bina. I just didn't know it was the like button. I thought it was the heads of communists. No, I mean, that's just it. How do we solve the world's problems, guys? We don't. We can't. The shit is Our world has, and the governments in it and all that shit, has become like how Douglas Adams wrote about the universe in The Hitchhiker's Guide. That the universe, no matter how big, complex, crazy, insane, and unexplainable is, if it were ever to be explained, it would simply transform into something even more big, crazy, insane, and unexplainable than it already is. Well, at least the only thing you're smashing is a Dr. Pepper. Well, my answer to that, Beans, is at least it's a doctor. You know, doctor, lawyer, whatever. Yeah, the only thing I think as a civilization we can do is find other people that just want to enjoy life for what it is while we're here and be cool together. That's about it. I think that's about all we can do. We can't really affect the system. Work hard, you know, pay your taxes, you know, so they don't fuck with you too much, and just enjoy life for what it is. The little things, whether that be a Dr. Pepper, a nice cup of coffee, you know, cigarette, a cigar, tobacco, weed, whatever your thing is. Not in excess, just enough to enjoy yourself and just be cool to one another. You know, laugh at your own faults and realize that's what makes you unique. Trust me, I have to laugh at my faults or else I'd go insane. I keep forgetting this fucking asshole has a fucking barrel on his arm, by the way, guys. Like sitting there painting like skin and all this stuff and completely forgot about the fucking barrel. I'm still thinking this skin tone might be a little too light. I might go back in with that original brown, actually. I think the original brown actually looked the best on him. Yeah, well, I mean, that's just it. Um, Problems are built into the structure. You know, perfect world is what? Everybody's at peace. Everybody worships whatever god they worship independently. You know, without infringing on another's relate. Geez, all that shit sounds. Everybody's allowed to speak their mind and, you know, be able to stand behind whatever principle they think is correct. Shit sounds a lot like a constitution of some place I'm not sure exists. But yeah, that all sounds like pretty legit to me. Bina, you're right. There is only one God. His name's Zeus. I was thinking about this. Why does there only have to be one God? That's kind of a modern day thing when you really break that shit down. Thousands of years, people worship Jupiter, Apollo, Zeus, Hera, Thor, Odin. You had all these different multi god systems, and then we get to Christianity basically, and everything goes down to, well, mine's the real God. Well, mine's the one true. Mine's the one. And it seems like a lot more wars started because of one true God. And when you had a whole bunch of different gods, is it because we became more religiously intolerant over time? Or what if those gods are all the same, you know? just different hats. What if Jesus is Zeus? What is it, Allah or whatever? What if that's Ares? What if God's just transcended? Oh, you were lurking? Yeah, well, like I said, I'm pretty sure 100 men could kill a gorilla with their fucking bare hands. But only if you organized it. My point was if you organized it and you were intelligent about the way you went about it. If you just did it without some kind of set plan and thinking there would be no casualties, you'd be fucked. But that was kind of my point. That's the, one gorilla versus 100 men. It was a great ape debate. Is that what you meant, Six? Um, yeah, and maybe. Like, that's just it. Some people look to God for the answers. There's also some people that look to God and blame, he, she, or it for everything. Like, why has my God forsaken me? Why is my life so hard? Because God made it, Why don't you favor me more, or what have you? And reality is sometimes I think the universe just deals out what it should deal out. It's not always even, not always going to be even, but how do you make up for those shortfalls? It's self reliance. It's really you. I don't know. I don't have answers. I'm an old fucking man. I'll let you know after I'm dead. How about that? Come back from the grave, do a stream real quick, be like, hey guys, so I died last week, and yeah, here's the truth. A 100 average men, well, like I said, here's one of the other problems I have with that. Right? The whole scenario is you've got to give me an entire scenario. Are we talking about you're locked in a room with them? Are we talking about you're in an open field with them? Are we talking about you have access to something, that you can transform into a weapon? Like, what are we talking about? But I'd say 100 average men could if they all rush the gorilla at the same time and with a plan in mind. 10 of you guys are going for the eyes. We're going for this joint on the knee. We're going to, well, if somebody loses an arm, rip the meat bone out of the meat and fucking stab the gorilla with it and beat it with your buddy's arm, Shit like this. I mean, it could all be the same God, but it could also be different gods. I mean, you can have different gods that, yeah, I mean, if you look back, let's look into mythology. And it's funny because we're talking about theology technically, but at this point, it's mythology because it's so fucking old, right? Like, oh, well, that's all a myth. Well, how do you know in a couple thousand years people aren't looking back at Christianity and saying it's a myth, or where, whatever the Muslim religion's called, I guess Muslim religion, and saying that's all a myth, or Judaism, or, how do you know that some new God isn't going to pop up that everybody just generally accepts, and that's your new big thing? Because at one point in time, there was no Jesus, there was no Allah, there was none of this shit, and it was Zeus and Hera and the gods of Mount Olympus, we'll say, right? Or the Egyptian gods, or what have you. How do we know? We don't. We'll never live to see it. So who knows? You know what, Eugene? But that's just it. I could see that 110%. Like, I'm talking about guys that are just, like I said, I think it would take like 30 Gen Xers or 50 women that have their menstrual cycle synced and are right at that time of the month where they're getting their cramps. I think that gorilla don't stand a chance. Oh shit, Beans left a message. Everybody, it's Beana. Let's see. You guys are gonna have to let me know if this plays through. Find it real quick, Beans. Close that out. Dank memes, voice chat. Here we go. All right, here we go, guys. Let me know if you can hear this.
So I just wanted to leave a voice message. I've been doing a little bit of research and started like on notebooks and writing it all down. So you might be onto something what you just said about the God thing. So I found out that 15 other religions before Christianity, the gods share the same story as the story of Jesus, right? So we got Krishna of India, Mithra of Persia, Attis from Greece, your name Thor, um, Odin, also same thing, Dionysus, Horus. Um, we got like literally like 15 other religions, and they all share the myth of the virgin birth on December 25th, crucifixion and resurrection. So what you said about the whole same God, I believe that.
So this is one of those rare movements, and I think everybody needs to write this down. That Bina agreed with me. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, Beans. Like it's weird because you look at all these different religions and stuff, and there's certain things don't line up at all, right? Um, but other shit lines completely up with like, oh, this seems like it was kind of borrowed from here. So it's interesting because it's what's acceptable in this day and age. What's going on forever? Did you guys all hear it, that voice, or did it play through, or what? Sure, give me my normal signal. If okay, yeah, forever saying yeah. Yes. And then you're right, Beans. You're 100% right. So if you're killing in the name of your God, right? I just think about this. You fight a holy crusade, you kill in the name of your God. What if your God is really the same as the other person's God and you didn't know it? So you're just killing for killing at that point, aren't you? Like, I don't know. Like I said, I won't know till I'm dead. That's when I'll figure out religion. It's like, oh shit, I'm dead. Oh, well, I guess I should have become a Hare Krishna because it turns out that was the right one. But so many things. So many things aligning. It's kind of creepy. The skin tone. I'm fighting myself on the skin tone because it's starting to. I think once it dries, it's looking better. I mean, I'm gonna have to tighten up the paint job and all, but I think he's starting to come along a little here. Forgot all about the fucking barrel again. I don't know how I keep forgetting about the goddamn barrel. Yeah, it's just odd to me. See, Bean said some shit, and YouTube is hiding it from me. Let me see what she said. Bean said an explosion doesn't create, it destroys, so no way we came from the Big Bang, which, by the way, was first introduced by a Catholic priest. I'm going to half agree with it. So, yes, explosions as you think of them do destroy, but they also create at the same time. You're creating light and energy. It's basically, remember, energy can't be created nor destroyed. It just changes form. So you're exciting the kinetic energy into waves and explosive force. I thought that's the Big Bang is what they call the Diddy parties. I thought the Diddy parties were called Don't Ask, Don't Tell. I got my information wrong. Yeah, the Big Bang Theory is an interesting one. Because the real question is, and to me, okay, we have all kinds of matter, right? But if the universe is still expanding, what's outside the universe that it's expanding into? What is that? Is that actual matter? Or is it can't be antimatter, it'd cancel each other out. So is it matter that's just transforming outside of it? What? I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I asked, I think it was Mr. this one time in Discord. Actually, I asked a whole bunch of people. I'll ask all you guys, and I've probably asked you before. If you guys knew what happened after you died 110%, like say you knew for fact this is what happens when you die, and you also knew if there was a God or not, would you tell anybody, or would you even want to know? That's my question. See, I wouldn't want to know. I don't want to know if there's a God or not, and I don't want to know what happens when I die. Because to me, it would transform everything, right? I wouldn't be, let's say there was a God and these were the rules you had to play by. Would it change me and turn me into somebody I'm not? Just so I play by those rules because now I know I'm, going through pearly gates or something. And also, if I knew exactly what happened, I wouldn't want to know exactly what happened when I die because it would prove God or not. Yeah, and there you go, forever. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping it's all Isekai. Well, there you go, Steve. Right? What if that's a question for you? What if you're caught in a time loop? What if time isn't like, okay, yes, time's moving forward for us, But let's say when you die, you just start back when you were a baby, back in, for me, it was in the 70s, right? Let's say you start back then as a baby and you go through your entire life again. Like you're just caught in a loop. I mean, I'm sure whatever fucking fucked up crazy theories we come up with, somebody else has already thought of them and added to it. And good on them for it. I just think I'd like to be surprised. But yeah, I'll tell you what, if you're going to bet on a God, Jesus isn't a bad bet. At least it's a good message and a kind and peaceful one, you know? Yeah, I mean, they did nail his ass to a cross after beating the shit out of him for a few hours there, and nobody even thought to bring a claw hammer to get him down, you know? Well, just imagine that. Why would you use your own name? Like, does that make sense? He wasn't Dwayne The Rock Johnson. The Rock says, Jesus says, you jabroni beaten, pie eating some bitch. We must be right around we are at midnight. It's the witching hour. There is only one way to the top if you want to rock and roll. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me walk the puppy. He's got pee. Austin 316 says, I just whooped your ass. All right. What should we leave you guys with while I go walk the dog? Oh, yeah. I guess we should go to one of the sponsors. Or if I had sponsors, it would be a sponsor. I gotta see. Can I find more than that? Just 1, 2. I got it. This one's only going to run 30 seconds, and then you guys will be on dead air for a second. I apologize for that, but I got to walk this puppy before he pisses on the floor. Turn off Donkey Kong here. All right, guys, I'll be right back. In the meantime, here's a word from one of those wacky sponsors from when I was a kid.
Hey, where'd everybody go? They've gone to Betson's, where you'll find 10-seater pit groups from just $389 and a solid pine bunk bed outfit complete with bedding for only $148. Or buy this Bassett bedroom or Singer dining room set at the guaranteed lowest prices. So come and save at Betson's, 2nd Roosevelt Boulevard and at Jason's in Neptune City.
At Betson's, you always hit the jackpot.
Thank you. I respect a crowd that recognizes talent. Happy Thursday, everyone. So speaking to Democrats in San Francisco last night, Kamala Harris criticized the Trump agenda, and she urged Democrats to band together to find her a designated driver. She also went on a bizarre rant about elephants. Thanks for the shout out, said this herd. You saw it coming. No, I don't want your sympathy applause.
Dear Lord, somehow you guys got stuck watching Gutfeld. Well, I'm definitely getting copyright strike for that, huh? Raid Shadow Legends. If ever I was monetized or whatever, I get like 25 people watching at the same time, Raid Shadow Legends will probably sponsor the video. I've heard that's how that shit works. Oh, all right. Sometimes Gutfeld's funny, other times he falls flat. It's usually his guests that are funny. I'm not gonna hate on the guy for success in his 60s or whatever the fuck. Took him long enough to get to that dance. Every now and again, he's funny. But yeah, Betson's. Hey, where'd everybody go? They've gone to Betson's. Coming soon will be Doors Unlimited, Unlimited Doors. You guys have no idea what I'm talking about there, but eventually you will. The Civil War food company that sponsors Tim Pool's going to sponsor me. Oh, shit. That's just it. You can make your own fucking rations. I mean, I'm not going to lie a little bit. One of the funniest things, one of the best things about my wife and funniest things to me is, so like I'm one of the smoke tobacco, right? Smoke tobacco pipe or what have you. So I start getting tobacco and like I wanted to try a whole variety of flavors, see what I really liked, what brand tobacco, all this kind of shit. And I get tobacco that I'm just like, well, don't like that shit at all, right? My wife go and I jar everything. Like I use what you call it, mason jars, and jar up my tobacco, and I have it all labeled and the whole 9 yards. And my wife turned around and I was like, shit, I don't like this tobacco. I'll smoke it anyway because I have it. And she's like, oh, just hold on to it. World ever comes to an end, it's a tradable commodity. I'm like, you know what? You're not wrong. But it's funny because she looks at stuff like that. Like, is it a tradable commodity if all the power went out? Yeah, tobacco would be a tradable commodity. Oh, Eugene, you're a bastard for that one, man. Sponsored by Cask Brew Coffee. Sponsored by the Quarterings Coffee. Everybody fucking, I swear to God, there must have been some Colombian field that's like, hey, essay, come over here. We'll sell you this coffee for $1 a pound and you can sell it for, $5 an ounce. Like it's fucking weed dealing or something. But yeah, they definitely, every streamer seems to have their own coffee company. I think it was Black Rifle that really started that shit. Like the coffee boom of fucking people who live stream. ABL, funny enough, does he have sponsors? I thought he had a sponsor once. Like somebody sponsored a show for him or some shit one time. Oh yeah, the quartering, 110% has had coffee longer than Tim Pool. It was originally Adam Krigler had coffee, then the quartering, and then Tim Pool. You don't drink coffee? Really? You don't drink coffee? I love my damn coffee. I wasn't a huge coffee drinker when I was younger. I am now. Drink that shit all the time. I think that's partially the wife's influence though, because like now you got people like Bina who's like a coffee connoisseur, but my wife's like that except for really really strong shit. Like if she puts on a cup of coffee or a pot of coffee and I drink it, I'm fucking wired for the next like 12 hours. It's like shooting a lightning bolt in your butt cheeks. It's just she definitely drinks her coffee super super duper strong. You want to shill your own fucking. I don't know how it like making tequila and stuff like that. There's plenty of people who've done that shit too. Sammy Hagar comes to mind. The Rock. Um, Dan Aykroyd actually has Crystal Skull vodka. He did vodka in the Crystal Skull container. Yeah, I'm pretty close to that too, Steve. Hmm. No, I gotta go wait on his teeth and shit like this. I gotta keep adjusting the microphone as I paint. Okay. Let me fix up all this patchiness. Oh, espresso? I can't do espresso. Something about it just screams gay to me if you're a dude. I don't know why. I mean, it is delicious, but I don't know. All right, let's see. Do, 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 do. Yeah, it's funny forever because I had even mentioned you earlier. I was like, yeah, usually forever's here. I mentioned Beana too, I think, earlier. I'm not entirely sure. Did I mention you earlier, Beans? You're probably listening. Oh, yeah, blew out on that spot. Okay, well, there you go, Steve. That makes the whole prospect that much better, right there. What you just said, you just pour yourself a shot and dump that in a bigger thing of coffee. That would make sense. That sounds more manly to me. Don't ask me why it sounds like off, drinking out of a little cup and all that. Yeah, there you go, like a Jaeger bomb. That's like if you can chug a full beer, if you take a shot of amaretto and drop it into a full beer, you have to like pound it. As soon as you do, you use a pint glass and a shot glass. You drop the amaretto in the middle and then power it. The mix in your mouth, it's going to taste like Dr. Pepper. Matter of fact, that's what that drink's called, is Dr. Pepper. But you have to drink the beer with the amaretto at the same time very fast. Irish car bomb, yeah. I'll tell you one of the funniest ones. If you ever want to fuck one of your friends up while you're out drinking, right? What you do is it's called a cement mixer. And you tell them, like, look, you have to keep it in your mouth and keep swirling it around, right? But it's a shot of lime juice and some Baileys. They have to put the shot of Baileys in their mouth, and then they do the shot of lime juice right after and have to swish it around in their mouth. It legit will curdle the Baileys in their mouth. You'll watch them bomb it. It's funny. Like it curdles the Baileys. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, cement mixer. Oh, somebody almost got me with it when I was first working the bar. I must have been about, I was like 14 years old. And the bartender, actually, it's fucked up. One bartender, and we're still very close, like very good friends. But I was friends with his youngest brother. His youngest brother was like a year younger than me. I want to say he was like 13 or whatever. So when I first started working at the bar, I'm like, yo, like I knew you. He's like, oh shit, it's you. You know my younger brother. We actually became really good friends. And he was a bartender, and some dude's like, oh yeah, we got to get this kid a cement mixer. Hey, get him. He's like, yeah, you're not doing that to him. I said, why? What's wrong with it? And then he explained it to me. I was like, oh, oh, that makes sense. The lime juice makes it curdle. Fucking vomit fuel. Forever. Baseball size hail. Yeah, I think I'll just stay in bed through this shit. Makes sense. I think Forever still is back in Jersey, aren't you? All right. You know what? I think it's time we ask a mod a question. I mean, technically, if everybody is here that goes on the Alien stream, you're probably all moderators, but this question is specifically for Bina and for Sheree. For two of the best mods. Well, the best mod on the net, and they used to be best mod on the internets. Here's a question for both you guys. Who is the biggest asshole you guys have ever had to deal with as moderators? And you can't name me. I know I'm an asshole, but who's actually the biggest asshole that you guys have ever had to like put up with their shit while you're moderating. Like not create. Yeah, I guess it could be a content creator too, but I meant like people in the chat wise that you've had to deal with. Yeah, I only found out who ABL is last week. Ooh. Oh. Dell, really, Beans? Old Joe, huh? Wow. Yeah, I mean, you did it. You guys did it. You did a whole expose, I guess, on who that dude actually turned out to be and really was. Makes sense. My favorite was when that dude came back to the one Discord and was just like he had never been there before. And I'm like, yo, how come you're here under a different name? You've been here before. I've never been in this Discord. Yes, you have, you fuck. You lying motherfucker. Yeah, I remember that guy. He's really the reason you don't mod anymore. I thought it was just that, you weren't being shown love. I wasn't there well, actually no, I was there when Beans got into it with him, but that was on Discord. I don't remember you getting into him with him on a stream. Biden's got a podcast too. Number one MAGA general. Yeah, that guy's kind of a dick. Who's that one pervert who's always talking about young Asian girls? That dude's kind of a dick. Oh, so that's your Sheree? Number one MAGA general. That dude. I don't even think I've crossed paths with him. Did he start listening after me or like what did he pull? Yeah, I remember that. I forgot all about that. You're right. It did start in ABL and then transcended over to the Discord. Cause then he was like, you need to apologize to me in front of everybody for calling me a creep. And you're like, you were being a fucking creep. And I was like, honestly, she called you a creep, not like a pedo or something. Like, what are you going on about? Yeah, that's right. You're 100% right on that shit, Beans. Yeah, he was and he is a fucking creep. Like there's so many worse names you could call that guy beyond a creep. I thought that was actually the nicest way of putting it. Well, people are going to have an image of me. Nobody gives a fuck who you are, old Joe. You fucking kiddler. The homeless baker. A guy calling up using a ventilator. No, I didn't. I've never heard that phone call. Um, but who sure Ray just said she was like, I was going to say the homeless baker. Oh my God! If you watch this show enough, you know exactly who that is. My brother. That's fucked up forever. Now there was definitely one dude. Um, there was one dude who and if Mister was here, he would be like, "Oh yeah, it's this dude," right? But there was this one guy, and all you got to do is bring up young Asian chicks to him in that ABL chat, and that guy will go off for like 20, 30 minutes on it. And I can't remember what the fuck his name is. Oh, I know Beans. I remember the entire story. I was like, that's why I called him a kidler. Yeah. You were like, and he was like a high school principal, and the other dude said he was a high school principal, if I remember correctly. Like, it wasn't even just like, a random guy that was messing with kids. It was a high school principal or something like that that was messing with kids. And it was like, oh, really? You're one of them. And we all know how GAM feels about kidlers. That is wood chipper feet first. And hopefully a painful death. I fucked up that entire eye. I really just did. I can't believe I just did that. Way too heavy on the paint going into it. I have to fix all that. Nice and gentle on these teeth, though. Yeah, dude. Old Joe. Yeah, and that's just it. Beans, I'm gonna back her 100,001% on it. Not only did she like because he told everybody where he lived, all this stuff, what he did for a living, but then was like, oh yeah, but I'm not there anymore. I had some kind of trouble, blah, 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 blah. And like kind of try to play it off. And then Bina sent me over the fucking article. It was actually in the newspaper. Like that was some no bullshit, like, yo. And it was the guy's same name, same town, same everything. Same location. I was like, no shit. But you also got to remember, Bina's the one who tracked down the obituary for retired Chicago police officer, too. God rest him. Yeah. Yeah, dude. It was fucking. But the whole thing was like, he was treating Beans like a sack of shit or trying to. And you know what's funny, Beans? The part of the reason I remember that is because didn't I go off on him in the fucking Discord about that shit? Like, I was like, yo, you need to back the fuck off, dude. Like, what the fuck are you doing here? Yeah, see, and that would make sense, right? Because the whole thing was reading that news article. Yeah, that guy was not a good person. So if he is in fact that person, yeah, I believe it. See if I can't fix these eyes. Make it worse. I know it is. Because that fucking tip is not good. That's fucking hysterical, Rebel. There's a serious, yeah, you know, you might not, you might be onto something there, Steve. The homeless baker. Jesus Christ. I love that. I mean, my brother, I'm just going to leave you with this. When cooking beans in the frying pan, don't spill them on no floor, okay? Well, that's just it. That's something I'll never understand either. How many super chats have I ever told you guys to send me? How many memberships have I ever asked you to join? None. And I won't either. I never will. Oh, are you talking? So that's the thing, right? I don't really know that guy all that well or whatever, but I always loved the way he would call ABL. I said this before, Steve. Yeah, Joel Media Davis, um, Homeless Network or some shit. But he would call and just literally ABL would be like, so tonight on the show, Donald Trump signed a bill. The bill was about X, right? He would call in and be like, yeah, if you want to watch my show later on, I'm going to be talking about how Donald Trump signed a bill and it was on X. Yeah, see, Bina knows his exact name. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I never had anything against the guy, but everybody telling me different stories, and I went and looked for myself. Because I'm going to tell you something. Let me explain something to you all. I explain it to you like Ivan. When Sheree, like, I'm sure Bina's been mad at me before and been like, yo, Gam's an asshole. But I'm sure she wasn't like, everybody stopped listening to Gam. He's this, that, and the other thing. When one of these moderators tells you that somebody that they see or interact with is not a good person, if they don't like the person, they'll say they're not my cup of tea, something like this. I don't really like this person that much, but you might, they're all right. But if they're just like, yo, warning signs, this, that, and the other thing, because they deal with everybody all the fucking time, listen to them. They are not lying to you. Yeah. I 110%, like I said, you know, I've definitely pissed in Bean's Cheerios once or twice and, apologize for it and stuff. But there's never been a point in time where, like, there's a certain line that moderators in particular can see the person they're watching or interacting with or whatever, or even just watching their chats and be like, stranger danger, or yeah, that dude, yeah, there's something fucking wrong there, or yeah, that dude's sus. Listen to him. Oh, you mean the daughter he drives around with in the backseat while he's drunk? Oh, yeah, Steve, you're not wrong. I could believe that, Beans. I mean, and that's just it. I said this, what did I say this last stream, this stream, or, 2 streams ago? I don't know. But flat out, I'll always say it and I'll always mean it, right? I only have 67 subscribers. Now, I say only 67. I picked up another subscriber. I don't know if that was Rebel subscribing. I don't know if that was Eugene subscribing, but one of them, and I thank you, right? I don't have a shit ton of people in here all the time, all that stuff. The people I have are quality people. We can all have a conversation. We can all laugh. We can all have fun. We can watch 80s videos. We can joke around. We can talk about 80s toy. We can fucking talk about anything. And everybody can express their opinions regardless. I would rather have those 67 viewers than 13,000 that never watch my fucking show, that don't come to hang out, that don't contribute to that conversation, that don't mean shit. Having 1 million subscribers and 100 of them watch your channel, what are we talking about here? That's not even mathematically, it doesn't make sense. Why would you have 1 million? Because people subscribe to things and then maybe they like the show, they're helping you out, and then bounce. Like I said, I will take the quality of my viewers over quantity of somebody else's every fucking time. Every time. Now, if you can have quantity and quality, well, that's how you get monetized. Well, yeah, because I mean, you actually got to have the PS5 to do it. So, you want me to tell you the secret on that one? So, here's the thing with people that do those random giveaways or whatever, say they get like, I don't know, 10 grand. They know if they do the giveaway, they're getting 10 grand in super chats. Well, at that point, you get 10 grand, YouTube takes their cut, the government takes their cut, and you're left with what's left. It's still more than enough to buy somebody a PS5 and send it off to them, right? If you don't hit that number, well, then you just spend out of your pocket for that money that you're not going to get back. Damn it, what color should I go with in here? You know what? I think I'm going to go with a little red. So yeah, the Denisha thing. One, that chick, like, she's older or whatever. I kind of, this is just me personally. I don't like even talking to her when I'm in that chat because she like got married and wasn't real excited about being married. She was just excited about telling everybody how she was having sex again, and I just wasn't for it. Like, I'm sorry, that's your personal business. I don't give a shit. But yeah, she kind of at first was playing that off like, oh, well, he said he had pictures of, and I can't remember, I think it was Chicago PD. Oh, like he told me he had pictures and all this, and she kept saying that. The problem is that even after we told her that he didn't have any fucking pictures, or he would have just sent them to you. He would have just said, hey, give me your email, give me this, whatever. He wouldn't have tried to like get you DMing. And she kept playing like she didn't know what the fuck we were on about. Wait, so you won that contest, Beans? Did you actually get the PS5 or no? Because I'm not gonna lie, you can fucking take down his whole fucking channel for that. Like, I'm not gonna lie at all. If he ran a contest on his channel saying he was going to give away a PS5 and didn't, you can legit go to YouTube and say, look, this guy said this. This is what I gave him. Show him proof. And then fucking, yeah, game over. GG. GG him. That's fucked. That's all the way fucked. Yeah. Well, just because a man has nothing doesn't mean scamming's okay. Yeah, I would have gotten his entire channel fucking taken down. I would have taken him to court the whole 9 yards. I'd have made him pay my lawyer's fees. I'd have been like, "Oh, you thought you had problems before. Let me welcome you to the cracker solution," and then just hit him with the white man. I like calling that the white man. It's how rich old white people back in my day used to do things. I never used to do shit like that. I'd just be like, "Well, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you." And what do you got around here? Oh, look at this. You got a TV remote. You got a set of shoes. Oh, those are some nice Nikes. I think I'll be taking those. And you got any gold teeth in there? We'll be ripping them out of your face. Just fucking take everything that isn't nailed down and be like, oh, that equals about a PS5. Oh, you're going to call the cops? Okay, cool. Let's go to the cops and talk about fraud then, asshole. I'd have just completely fucked with them. But nowadays, I'm old. I'm old. So I do the old white man game, the old cracker game of, well, that's all right. I'll just sue your ass. Yeah, see, like, damn it, Beans. I could have told you that was a scam. And no shock you won either. You would win when there's no prize. Go figure that one. That's just dumb luck. That's a shame. Well, if he's homeless, it's hard to upload. I mean, he can't be like the homeless baker who just calls in and uploads from his tent out in the backyard or what have you. Know what I mean, my brother? Because I know I've got time to make phone calls when I'm homeless. Some people you can give the benefit of the doubt, others you can't. Some people are like you said, if you're watching a show and a dude's talking about how women need to bring him sandwiches and shit, and he isn't driving a like it isn't broadcasting from an actual fucking mansion, and stuff like that, and rich, he better be talking to somebody he's paying to live a living maid or something, because if he's talking to his wife like that, or his girlfriend or whatever, my wife would knock the shit out of me. She brings me food all the time. My wife does all these nice things for me, cooks me meals and everything else. I ask for exactly zero of it. And the reason why is because I don't control her. She does what she wants. She's just polite about things and nice to me. Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad idea, Steve. Like I might just go in there and embarrass him. Think it'd be create, fuck it. I'd even do it under my account. I'm gonna go embarrass him just to be an asshole. Be like, yo, Mo, I heard you're giving away PS5s in this motherfucker. That true? Yo, how much I got to send you? You don't look like a Nigerian prince, but I think I can trust you. Oh, I know. I've seen him. Like, so here's the thing. Bina and Sheree had both told me, like, yeah, his streams, because I was asking about other people that streamed. Like, I didn't know Rebel streams. If you're streaming, bro, you got to let me know. I'll watch your shit. I'll come hang out, I say that to Alien all the time. When I get done this show, I usually hype up his show, say I'm going over to watch it. And then the past like 3 times I've hyped his show and went over to watch it, he wasn't streaming. And he's like, oh, yeah, I do it later at night. I'm like, motherfucker, it's like 3 in the morning. What do you mean later at night? Like, are you hitting that sweet spot, Alien, where you're going to start streaming when right when the zombies return to their graves and the rooster crows? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? I mean, so being a YouTuber, it's not just if you're doing live streams or whatever, treating people good, um, making entertaining content and all that. Yeah, that's part of part of the thing. The other part of it is, I don't know, maybe, and this is going to be fucked up because it's just me that probably feels this way. I also feel that it's more than that, Beans. I feel it's also being honest with your audience and being like authentic, like actually being yourself. You know what I mean? Like, like I said, I've never asked you guys for super chats, never will. Never asked you guys to join a membership, never will. Never asked you guys for anything outside of like maybe a like and a subscribe, right? Because what the fuck? Like, that's just who I am. Like, the fact you guys are even just here listening to me run my gums is nice enough of you. And like, hopefully you're having fun while I'm doing it. Blow out that red. Well, no, I mean, and that's why I'm always thankful too, Beans, is because, like, I think I said this last week too, but, you know, um, like, take Sheree, for example. Sorry, Sheree, you're being made an example of. She's never missed a show, never missed a beat. Nobody else is in this chat. Like, nobody watching. Nobody. Everybody gone to bed. Everybody got work or whatever, which is cool. That's life, right? Sheree sitting here with me and just keeping me sane while I'm talking to dead air for 2+ hours, painting something because I had fucked it up and had to repair it. And she's sitting here just like bullshitting with me about stuff. I knew she was tired, knew she didn't want to be here. Right. But that is like somebody that I'll always be loyal to because 110%, she didn't have to fucking do that. She could have told me, hey, like, fuck it, I'm out. You're fucked it on your own. She waited till I got done painting, said, looks good, and I'm out. Don't take shit from anybody, and bounced. That was it's stuff like that. And that's why you'll always see me jump in and hype her up and say she's the best because she didn't have to do shit like that. Stranded sat here with me and Sheree on a Friday that nobody even knew, like nobody else showed up for. I mean, nobody. Actually, no, I think, didn't Six come in at the very end of the show or something? Somebody did. I think it was Six. But like it was just three of us. And I was like, that's cool. She could have been like, yeah, fuck this. There's nobody here. Aliens streaming right now. I'm the fuck out. Which is what she had jumped online for anyway, was to watch Aliens stream, not mine. She even told me that. Like, oh shit, I didn't know you were streaming because, Aliens stream goes up in a little bit. I was like, really? But, it's stuff like that. Like, Steve disappeared for what, like 6 months? I kept asking, like, yo, has anybody heard from Steve? Is he all right? I didn't realize he had a tent and he was all set up in the woods. Oh, thank you. Thank you about the gorilla. Fucking. Sure, he's like, thank you, my brother from another mother. You're welcome, my sister. I'm a professional bacon airplane mechanic. Let me tell you about the Rothschilds. Dude, but the whole thing was like, I'm not going to lie, Steve. You can ask anybody in this chat. I was even like, I had said it to everybody. I'm like, yo, has anybody heard from Steve Kerfuffle? Like, yo, is he all right? Do we know if he's all right? Because he, like, you disappeared for a minute there. We're all worried. I was worried about you, Six is like, I always know he's lurking or he's going to come in at the end of the show and be like, yeah, motherfucker. Because I actually got to hear Six's real voice. So I picture exactly what he looked like. And like, I have this recording of his voice. Let me see if this works. Let's see. Where was it? I want to say it was this one.
Six was like, I beat these girls. I beat the F11 shit out of them, and you better listen to me, because I am the drum god.
And I was like, yeah, I can fuck with Six forever. I ain't going to piss that man off. If it didn't sound like that voice you just heard, Beans, it wasn't Six. Yeah, dude, you did what you had to do, Steve. I'm just happy you made it through it and you're all right, Like, that was some shit, though. Because, like, Steve, we'd be in the ABL chat and I'd joke with him all the time about, well, especially about suit and tie guy or or Smooth. What's his name? Suit and tie and weed and coke. We'd always be joking about that stuff. I don't know if I like. I think the red actually looks better up in this lane. Let's see, not the C. I'm not super crazy about it, but red or yellow. Give him yellow pupils. He'll look like a fucking demon. So rough trying to hit this one little tiny spot that's way down there. Out fucking the whole thing up. Do 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 do. I'm a funny guy, like I'm a fucking clown, like I'm here to amuse you, Six? The fuck is so funny about me? See, Steve, what you said right there, though, right? If you gave up your fucking dogs, man, you and I probably wouldn't be friends. Because I, if I would rather sleep in my car or in a tent or whatever, but I ain't giving up my fucking dog. Like, not gonna lie, there was a point in time where my cat, my buddy I was living with, like I was renting a room in his house, and it was when Frack was a kitten, and he wanted me to get Frack declawed. I said, "Yo, I will not do that to my cat. You know what that's like." And he didn't know what it was like, which is why he asked me to do it. Once I explained it to him, he changed his mind. It's like, "Hey, you're gonna have to get that cat declawed." So I ain't getting a fucking cat declawed. You lost your fucking mind. And he was like, "Well, you have to get it declawed." I said, "Well, then I'm gonna move the fuck out immediately because I won't, like, no, that's not the way that shit works." You can, you know, I'm sorry, like my dog, that dog is with me every day. He's like my fucking baby. There is no fucking way I'm giving up my animal. Like I said, I'll live homeless. I'll live on this fucking street. You're not taking my dog from me. Not until it's his time to go. Nothing I can do about that. Biology breaks down after time. But yeah, same thing with my cat. Like, you're not hurting my cats. That's one of those things you want to see me go savage and beat you to death with your own leg. You know, fuck up a domesticated animal in front of me on purpose, like with no heart, or just because you think it's funny, or it makes you feel some kind of way. I guess I'm just that guy like that. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. No, I guess I just am that guy like that. Okay, so this is his necktie we're going to have to do. Oh, I don't fucking doubt that one either, Steve. Like, that's just it. I mean, I'm laying here with my dog at night. My wife's always like, "Hey, you ain't that good a guard dog or whatever." Cat will knock something over in the other room, and that dog like is up and guarding me within a second. And I'm like, yeah, you keep thinking that. Just let somebody fuck around, find out, and then you'll find out exactly how mean this dog can get. It's like he'll just lick him to death. It's like, no, he's a savage bastard. It just has to be the right circumstance to turn him to that. Like, I know that was one of those things where Beans and I became, I said she's like my sister. That's probably why, is because I know the roughness she went through when her pup passed. Like, fucking broke my heart because I was like, yeah, like, I get it. 110% get it. If we're going to do anything in this world, it's be kind to shit that's weaker than us, you know? Things that look to us and depend on us, because they actually do. I think they do take part of your soul with them when they go. If you're just fucking evil to everything, well, you're going to keep all your soul, but you're also going to keep all your soul. Trust me, I get it. I get it. My old pup is here through thick and thin and everything else. His grave is right by the entrance to my house. It's got a marker, everything else. And every time we got to walk in the house or whatever, the wife tears up because that was her dog. Like, he was 100% her dog. Like, you put one finger out of line towards the wife with that puppy in this house, that dog would have taken your arm off. The only people he deemed his family he would let near my wife, like, at all. So I understand. That's cool. The one dude, he and I are still like, we call it, called the Bash Brothers and all that. That's how we became friends. Because I heard his dogs in the background, and while we're playing this video game, we'd be playing it for an ungodly amount of hours. And out of nowhere, he said to me, he was like, oh, you only pause this shit when your dog needs to go out or needs something. I'm like, yeah, sorry about that, but I love dog. Dog comes first. And he was just like, no, I respect the shit out of that. I'm the same way with my animals. And it was kind of how we started building trust, because we knew each other. Like, anybody who's kind to animals, you kind of know, unless they're, fattening them up to eat them. But if somebody's just inherently kind to an animal all the time, that means that they care about something outside themselves that can't help itself. They got to be a good person at some part in their life. Probably why psychopaths and stuff like that, serial killers, start off by killing small animals. Good shit, Beans. Have you ever wanted your own PS5? Joel Media Davis Network Company can help you. Just send us all your hard-earned cash and the keys to your bank account, and we'll be sure to get you a PS5 on us. You must spend at least $20,000 with us. Give us the title to your car and a tent in your backyard to live in, and Joel Media Davis Network will pay you back. Lickety split. No, I mean, I can see that we did breed them to be dependent on us. You're not wrong, because otherwise they would just be wolves still. Really, all dogs are at some base point a wolf. Can you imagine being the first asshole that's like, hey, see that fluffy thing over there? I'm going to teach it to be my pet. It's like, man, that thing's going to eat you. No, well, fuck it. I'm going to teach it to be my pet. And that guy got killed, and immediately his friend was like, hey, you know what? He liked maybe I can get it to be my pet. Yeah, that's rough though. That's a lot of burials, Beans. I mean, it's a nice thought, a nice gesture. I build like a giant animal sanctuary and all this. Let me tell you something. So I told you guys about the first set of kittens. The second, four mama cats. Two of them had their kittens and they're fine, right? The other mama is a brand new mama. She was dropping these kittens while she was walking across the yard, and I had to bury four of them. And she had four of them. We're talking umbilical cords, placenta, everything still attached to the kitten, crying for their mother, and she just kept walking. She didn't understand what's going on. You are going to deal with some heartbreaking, fucked up tragedy that will haunt your dreams at night if you had that much land and that many dogs. I mean, if you can provide it, you can provide it. But I'm telling you now, like, you're going to see some heart wrenching tragedy. Oh, that's fucking hysterical, Steve. I mean, hey, look, if that's what you want to do, then yeah, man. Like, I will warn anybody. That's part of the beauty, but also the sadness of it is that they're finite beings and things don't always work out the way you would kind of hope they would. I was definitely fucked up for a couple days with the first set of kittens, and then the second set happened, and I was like, "Oh God, please don't let this happen with the other set." Because the whole thing is, you can't play God at that point. Not when a kitten's first born, not when a puppy's first born, or whatever. You can't. They need mama at that point. And if mama ain't doing the shit, you can't. You can't sub in and like, oh well, I'll just do this, that, and the third medically. Like, even if you're a professional veterinarian, you can't. There's just nothing you can do. And it does. It just kind of breaks your fucking heart sometimes. Yeah. And I mean, that's just it. Like, I'm not going to lie. I don't think I'm completely built for it. I think I just have to deal with it. Because what's the alternative? You know, just ignore it and hope it goes the fuck away? Like, that's definitely not my style. Can't just ignore things and hope they get better. You got to address them. You know, fucking crazy, crazy. Crazy ass world we live in. I do think it is funny, though, that they brought impeachment articles against Trump again. I mean, what the fuck? How does that even happen? Like, haven't you assholes learned anything? You're just, why don't you give the Hydra, why don't you cut a few more heads off the Hydra and make them more powerful? Because that's all you've done. Strike me down, Darth Vader, for I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. Now, I mean, dogs are so cats. Like, it's crazy. I have one cat. Because of her coloring, her name's Nutmeg, right? And she's skinny and she's a mama and all this. Well, she was almost a grandmama, and she disappeared the other day, and she's been gone for like 4 days now. And I went out to go feed everybody earlier, like all the ferals out there, and I was like, well, I even told my wife, I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure she's she went off into the woods and just did her thing. My wife's like, ah, shit. I'm like, yeah, I kind of wish I could have buried her, whatever. She showed up today, like, smile on the face, chilling out. Like, what the fuck? Like, nah, I'm not that asshole. She's all fine. Do 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 do. Fucking barrel. Well, yeah. I mean, my dog now is the last puppy I'll probably own because my last dog lived to be 17 years old. So if he makes it even to 15, I'm going to be early 60s, late 50s, early 60s, which means, it's unfair to a puppy to deal with somebody that old. So I'll end up going to the shelter and getting older dogs, probably seeing them off for the rest of their lifetime, too. Sad thing to think about, but it's nice, too, because then I can give, you know, puppies that probably had a good life or a rough life a good send off. Might have lost their owner or whatever. That's even if I live that long. You never know with me. Maybe someday you guys will tune in on a Thursday and there will be no game because I bit the farm. Shit, you never know what's gonna happen in this crazy ass world. I need to come up with my own contingency plan in case I do buy the farm early for whatever reason. So you guys at least know what happened. So it's not a whole bunch of guessing like, I think Gam was raped by Diddy until he died, shit like this. That's a good theory to have, Beans. I mean, that's better than old Joe's, which is I judge people on if they let me do butt stuff or not. I gotta get something to fucking drink. Donkey Kong's actually starting to come along, I think. Let's see where we're at. Put his head on. Do 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 do. I'm not crazy about the red in his eyes, but I also didn't like it completely black. Debating if maybe I should go to a yellow. Let me grab a drink real quick. Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, I'm debating on what I want to do with those eyes. I mean, I know what I'm doing with the barrel. I'm just not sure. What do you guys think? Gotta fix the black on the one side. Yeah, I mean, I like good people too. Um, That's why I'm surprised you guys, a lot of you guys actually listen to me sometimes, because I'm just like, God damn. Good people listening to me, but sometimes I can be an asshole. And I'm honest about it. I can be an asshole. I mean, look, I'm an asshole, but I'm an honest asshole. And I try to be better. Not in a woke way either. All right, blowout there's got to get fixed. Black in the eye. Black in the eye. Some skin tone touch-ups. The barrel needs to get finished. Knock that out now. Ugh. Fucking dogs running around now with a squeaky toy. Like, hey, I want to be on stream. It's like the dude who went to go live with grizzly bears till they ate him. Yeah, that they ate him part is the rough part of that story, huh? No, they're just some friendly bears. They're like teddy bears. Look, you can walk up, kick them, pet them, punch them. They don't get mad at all. Oh, this female's got a couple cubs here. Let me pet one. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did, Beans. He's a good puppy, but he can be an asshole. You know, he sounds like somebody else. I think dogs really do take after their owners. Let's see. Do I want to go this color with the barrel? Too light. I don't want the barrel to be the same color as Donkey, so I gotta find something that offsets it. Maybe I'll go dark with the barrel. You know, that's something I've been thinking about too. Thinking about making mead. Like brewing mead. Old school Viking mead. Get some honeybees. Do it natural. Do, 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 do. A badass with a heart of gold. Nah, the badass part went away when I was, Jesus, I guess late 30s, pushing 40. That was the end of a badass. Now I'm just an ass, and it's getting fatter every year, guys. Well, that isn't what you were complimenting me on, though, Beans. Jeez. You said it was my big shoes. They were fancy, you said. No, I'm just teasing. No, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I just like to tell you guys, like, I like interacting with you guys and listen to your stories, listen to your experiences, your The good and the bad. Sometimes shit's good, sometimes it's bad. That's just life. And I think if we all engage and share a little bit of life with each other, everybody will live a happier one. All right, you're starting to make me blush now. I don't think I'm all that talented either. I think I'm mid at best. Every now and again, I'll do a banger, but they're few and far between. I think a lot of it's guesswork and luck, but I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. I've learned to say I appreciate it and take the compliment, because if not, then you get pissed off and say you're an asshole. Don't like that. I think when I first brushed into this, I got a little too heavy, guys. I'm going to hit it with black again. Really get in there. So I blacken the interior up. And then go over it again in the brown. And hope it pulls more wood grain out, because I'm losing some of the grain in there. But only in certain spots, like right here in the middle. I think I hit too heavy with the white. Or the ash, rather. Oh. Yeah, see, that's where I'm at with it too, Rebel. I do think it needs to, because it's blending in with the fur a little bit. And I went with a darker brown, but I think I need to go maybe 2 shades darker to really get it to pop. Let me step it up. See, like this one looks like the darker brown. That's what's on there. This one's called coffee bean, and this one's called bark brown. That one looks a shade lighter to me. These are the browns that I've got that are the super darks. Not all of them. This is the darkest I have. Night forever. Thank you for dropping in, man. Do appreciate seeing you. Take care of your mom. Have a good night. Yeah, I mean, it's also the lighting too, Beans. Like, let me see. I'm looking at contrast between here and here. Let me try the other brown. I'll try a spot of let me try mixing this up. No, that brown is the other brown is exactly like the label shows. It's much lighter. So this is unfortunately the darkest I'm going to get this brown. Cover out that black spot. Actually, to tell you the truth, I'm going to bring this up. This is where I hit it with the black and just covered it with the brown. I think that may be the way to go. I think I need to wet paint it black and then blend the brown in with it at the same time, and it's given me the perfect shading. No, you're not wrong. Dude, Rebel, I agree with you. Yeah, like here, right? This spot here looks more like barrel color. Yeah, see, like I agree with you. The only thing is, let me get some more black out. So this one's going to be a little tricky getting the wood grain in there and everything else. I'm going to have to hit it with the black, then immediately fucking dust it with brown. So I'm going to have to get in here and just hit it with wet black, because the dry black won't mix, so to speak. But if I get in here with that black like that, and come back in, dry off this brown a bit, pull across. Shame I can't just pre-mix it, but it won't look right if I do. I think that might be too dark. A little bit more on the brown. So now that's what we're looking at. No, I don't glaze it till after the stream's over. And, if the wife's still awake, then I glaze it. But yeah, if you're talking about putting the top coat glaze on, I do. The only thing is, when I do the glaze on it, it's still going to pop the same way. So I do it like that. It gives it that aged look, in my opinion, I think. All right, so here we go. We'll just look at this top band of regular, and then this is the mix color. I think this pulls the grains better and makes it look tighter. That's just me, and I'm asking you guys your opinions. Yeah, pull it back so you guys can actually see it. You can kind of see the other color on the outer rim. But I think this is more the color a barrel would be. Yeah, so the mixed. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to lie. This is one of those things that one of these days I should probably learn. It's called color theory. Like I said, I'm kind of a retard when it comes to this stuff. So it's just kind of guessing and fucking with it till I get it. Where, actually somebody who does it like a professional would be like, "Oh yeah, it's this." For me, it's kind of like, let me try this now. Like it's gonna take like 2 passes, I think, each ring with the brown after the black's on there. Then I'll make the bands. Just I'll use the sequin black so they're a metal black. I think it should come out all right. Yeah, I think that's got it kind of fixed. Next one I do is that giant ass frog model too. That'll be next week because that is a Mother's Day present. So, and we're getting there. God damn, every woman that watches this show, I think, well, no, there's a couple that aren't mommies, but definitely a lot of moms that watch this show. It's crazy. So yeah, I think that's about the color I was looking for. Yeah, I agree. If I was using, so the problem is with this, like, I've said this before. I actually have paints. I have Vallejos that are specific for doing like minifigures and all this. They're like $5, $6 a bottle. Um, I have a bunch of different colors. I can mix them in all different ways and all that. I've always stuck with these little cheap dollar something a piece craft paints, and I've got a shit ton of them, all different colors, all different styles, all like whole 9 yards. Because I originally when I started this, and it's the same thing with my brushes. Like the brush I'm using comes out of a pack that was like $1.99. Right? They sell brushes where you can spend up to like $100 for one brush. But I'm an amateur and I kind of did this shit for amateurs that are getting into 3D printing and wanting to. The conversation just happened to take over like the painting part of the show. But yeah, with the acrylics, when you try to mix them like that, or well, with these cheap things, it's rough because sometimes you'll get the right mix and sometimes you'll get the wrong mix. You end up throwing out a bunch of it. Doing it this way, I can actually control the layers of black and brown without wasting paint or trying not to waste as much paint as possible. It's just a pain in the ass because I wouldn't have gone in there with the ash wood with a brown on top of it, which makes it pop lighter. I would have stuck it with the black, and then I would have had been able to use less black to mix in the brown to make it look the way it looks, like weighted and woody. But like an asshole, I don't know color theory. Or didn't think that out beforehand, or whatever you want to say. It's 110% my fault. Oh, Boomhauer's good at mixing colors by eye. Yeah, remember who? That's cool. Boomhauer does interior design. That's his thing. That's pretty cool. Oh, look at me. I can't feng shui shit. Cass Elliot, maybe. She's on Scooby Doo. It's about the only Mama and Papa member I know. Honestly, because she was on Scooby Doo is the reason I even know her. Me, I don't like the way that's sitting. A little bit of that black. Cut that out of the hand. I'll fix the blowout in a second. The only problem with 3D prints sometimes you get because it's attached. So when you're looking at it certain angles, you don't see it till you look at it at a certain angle, and it's like, oh, that makes sense. Your mom used to tell you that story so you chew your food. I know this is going to be terrible when I say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. I don't even know if my mom's still alive. I know she had cancer and she wasn't doing it like hanging in there and all that kind of shit. Oh, you bastard. Hanging in there and all that shit, but I haven't talked to her in so long. I don't know if she's even kicking. It's going to be an interesting if I call her for Mother's Day and she doesn't answer. Like, oh, well, this ain't good. Yeah, it is what it is. Like, you gotta, I've explained this to my kids. I gotta accept one day I'm not gonna be here anymore. Just nature of being older and a parent. And it's also for a kid to understand that at a certain age, I'm not saying you say that shit to them when they're like 2, like, but as adults, understanding that your parents aren't going to be around forever. And my mom wasn't exactly mother of the year. Yeah, I mean, I was very close to my mother. But I'm I don't want to disparage somebody that's ill like this, but at the same point in time, I also don't want to lie about things. Um, Sometimes you can, and we'll just. I'm trying to think how to say this. They're still your mom. They're still your dad, right? But and a kid should love their parent, and their parent should, you know, love their kid. But when they use that love to rook them for money or basically put kind of like a slave collar on them, you might feel some kind of way when you get older. Like a parent should not use their child to pay their bills or carry them when they're fully able to carry themselves, if that makes sense. You can still love them, still care about them. But here you go. I'll give you an idea of things, a small idea. Yeah, I have lung cancer. Yeah, I'm dying. Oh my fucking god. I'll get a plane ticket. I'll be up there. Look, I can take a couple months. I can just spend it with you, and or even if you just want me to come for a day or two and go to your chemo with you or whatever. Nah, you're good. Nah, nah, that's fine. I just wanted you to know. I thought you should know. Um, remember me how I looked when I was in my 30s. Oh, okay. Yeah, when you have conversations like that, it kind of puts a lot of shit in perspective. You know? And as my wife said to me, she said, "Well, do you still want the plane ticket to go up? Because she can't really tell you you can't see her or any of this shit." I said, "Fuck no, she's already made her choice. She doesn't want to see me." Like, it sucks. It's rough. It is what it is. It's just, it is what it is. And I've just learned throughout my life that some of the burdens that parents will put on you, some of that darkness, some of that bad juju, bad karma, whatever the fuck you want to call it, some of that wickedness to it. The only way you combat it, the only way you beat it, the only way you move past it is to make sure you don't ever pass that shit on to your kids. You don't ever pass that shit on to your kids. That shit dies with you. Between my sister and I, that was one thing that I couldn't be more proud of my sister about. And honestly, my sister said the same fucking thing to me, is that all the shit we dealt with when we were kids, all the fucking darkness, all the it's not even abuse. I'm not going to call it abuse, but all the rough stuff and fucked up things and everything else that we had to deal with when we were children, that dies with us. It will never pass to my next generation. It'll never pass to the generation beyond it because they won't even know about it. You eat that shit, you swallow it, and die with it. And that's, there you go, Beans. I learned how not to be a parent from my parents. If I ever told you all my father's accolades and all the things he's accomplished in his life, it's impressive. I'm not gonna lie. Super impressive. The one place he couldn't get it right was how to be a dad. That's rough. That's some shit. And then he looks at me sometimes and is amazed that I figured this out and that out and everything else out without a dad, like, coaching him and guiding him through and all this, because, hey, his two other kids, he was there for every step of the fucking way, right? But how is it you get everything right? And how, because I failed, motherfucker, because I didn't have anybody there to pick me up and when I fell down. It was either I get off the dirt and I keep fighting, or I lay here and I die. That's how. Either you're made of it or you're not. Just, yeah. Parents can be an amazing thing and also the worst fucking things. Like, I never get jealous or upset about it though, because the whole thing is I wouldn't be the person I am if I did have all that kind of comfort and stuff when I was a kid. Is it like shitty? Yeah. Is it not what I would do for my family? Yeah. But at the same point in time for me, it all ended up working out in the end. I'm a quiet guy in a room that paints action or dolls, as Mister likes to say, doing color matching and trying to make stuff look unique and realistic and cool. Yep, and there you go, Rebel. You're not wrong. I know kids that, like, they're, hey, look, I didn't go to bed every night with fucking belt marks across my face and ass because my dad was drunk all the time or something, Like, I knew kids that had it rough. Like, oh, well, why are you in the hospital? Well, I didn't put my dad's tools back, so he broke my arm. Like, what? I've seen some rough shit, and it's like, it's always tragic. But like I said, the worst is the kids that do get, like, that type of parent that is super abusive or super nasty, super brutal to them, and then fucking brutalize their own kids. Like, it's like, what the fuck, man? Did you learn nothing from being like from what it made you feel like, what your dad did to you, or your mom did to you, or what have you? Wait, who just said that? Rebel said that. Which one of the Puppet Master series do you think I should do? I did one like Screwhead or Hook. What are the other ones? You had the Leech, the chick that spit leeches. Actually, a good call. But yeah, and I agree with you. That's it. I know kids that went through a lot worse than I ever fucking had it in my life. And, who the fuck am I to complain? Because honestly, I'm in my own space with my own family, with, pets, and you've got everything I ever wanted. And I'm content with life and I'm happy. So maybe you have to suffer sometimes. Getting the shit beat out of you, or, losing sometimes is a good thing, because then when you win, man, it makes that win a whole lot better. When you look back and somebody told you can't do it your whole life, or that'll never happen, or you're just crazy or whatever, and then you pull that shit off, man. You can definitely look them in the eye and just be like, yeah, now what? What do you got, motherfucker? Go ahead, try and break me down, you goof. Well, you shouldn't have made it this far. Well, I fucking did. You lose. Now what? All right, let's get these rings done. Oh, Pinhead. That's his name. The big fist, little head dude is Pinhead. Is it Blade? Is it Blade or Hook? I don't think it's either of those. I think his name's Jack for some reason. Well, Six would know. It's Blade. Is he the one with the trench coat and the trench coat hat and has the knife in his hand? Yeah, with the top hat and the black coat. Okay, so his name's Blade. All right, I'm gonna have to look that up. I'll have to look up the models. If I can find one, I'll absolutely do a Puppet Master model. That shit would be creepy just chilling in the room. I know they make like replicas of them. And yeah, Steve, that's the thing. I do forgive my parents too for any kind of trespass or anything else. One, because they gave me life. Two, because like you just said, they were just people like me. They didn't know what the fuck they're doing. I mean, my dad got it right after he got remarried and had two kids. He kind of got it right with them, but honestly, they're both pussies. So I'm all right. Torch, the dude, the best part about that puppet, Torch, doesn't he have like bullets for teeth? Like little 22 caliber bullets for his teeth? Rebel nailed it too? Okay. I'll have to see if anybody's made them and has them on like free market or what have you. Because I did find one thing. I just got to figure out a little bit more with Blender to incorporate it. But I found the head of Henry Cavill, and I got to figure out how to incorporate it into a Superman model. Because somebody's been asking for that since I started this. I won't name names. They can out themselves if they'd like. Puppet Master. Jesus Christ. That is a classic. Let's see if I can do this without fucking this up more. Has not been years. I'm only on show 44. So. I honestly, when the hell did I start live streaming? Does anybody remember? Like when the actual 1 year anniversary is? Anybody who's been here for a while? Yep, you'll get your Superman when you're old and gray. Either that or else when ABL starts using Rogaine and regrows his hair. Well, you got another month before you can pop that sucker out, Beans. Maybe I'll do do that in another month and then it'll pop out right on time. I knew what you meant. I don't know if you got the joke though. 8 months ago, huh? Fuck. So we're in May. So June, July, August, September. Was it? Yeah, it was September, wasn't it? No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Couldn't have been September. Was it September? I thought it was in the summertime for some reason. And the reason I thought it was summer is because I was painting everything for Christmas. Which means I got to kick out the rest of these. I already started on my daughter's Pokemon. I start on the son's Lord of the Rings. Fuck. I got a lot to paint. Oh, you didn't hear what I said? I said, well, if it's been 8 months, you just got to wait another month. It'll pop out. Like, I'll pop that baby out in another month. Yeah, I thought the first, stream was like Pokemon, wasn't it? So it would have been close to Christmas, but I thought I got to jump on it in the summer for some reason. I don't know. I'll have to look afterwards. Go figure that out. I was wondering what the hell this thing was. It keeps getting in my way while I'm painting on the underside of this barrel, and I don't know if you guys can even see it. Right there at the tip of my finger, you see that? You know what that is? It's a fucking support. When the barrel popped, it must not have come out clean. It must not have come out clean, so where the hell? I need tweezers, a knife, some shit. Ooh. I know I got tweezers around here somewhere. Just got paint everywhere. That's what I remember. I remember. Get the fucker out of there. Oh, that thing's like frozen on it. Wow, really? There it goes. Felt that thing go flying. Shit. I hate it when it does shit like this. Give me 1 second. Let me grab tweezers. Yeah, it sounds like some shit I'd say. Holy shit, I'm actually live. You know something, Beans? You're probably right. That's probably the first words out of my mouth on the live stream. Holy shit, I'm actually fucking live. Like, I know we were in chat one time. It was fucking hysterical. Because somebody said something, I was like, what the? And like, but we're in AVL's chat, so I can't, cuss in the chat. And I was like, what in the F did this MFer say or something like that? And that's how I spelled it out. And like, I was like, and Sheree's like, I heard that in your voice. Like, I just heard you say that. It's exactly the way you speak is the way you just type that shit in. Damn, member? I remember. Remember the Ewoks? I remember. Remember the Death Star? I remember the Death Star. I remember. Patched up. Member berries. They were annoying when I first saw them, but then, like, man, that shit took on a life of its own. I remember when marriage was between a man and a woman. I remember. I remember when kids were laughing and pointing at drag queens, not trying to be them. I remember. Ring around the barrel. Oh, that's better. I remember when cars were dragsters. I remember. You remember when you hooked up with a girl in the club and you knew it was a girl and you didn't reach down and grab a tree trunk? I remember. You remember when a 6'2" football player that weighed 400 pounds in a dress didn't have to tell you, "It's ma'am"? I remember. Do you know what's fucked up now that I'm thinking about this shit? You know, anybody who says, "Oh, well, transgender, it's kind of new and da 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 da," is full of shit. Because if you guys remember, you remember Andrew Dice Clay used to do a joke back in the day. He's like, "Now, you know, it used to be gay and it used to be straight. Now we got these trans testicles." You guys remember Andrew Dice Clay used to tell that joke? That was back in like fucking the 80s. The only difference was in the 80s, we didn't let that shit get near our kids. Yeah, well, I mean, the craziest part about South Park, it's written by a gay Mormon and a Jewish dude. I don't think he's gay, though. I don't think the Jewish guy's gay. I know the Mormon's gay. Or maybe the Jewish guy's gay. I can't remember. One of them's gay. But man, they come up with some, like, shit is offensive on its face, but it's, like, legit. And I blew out that black a little on his fur. All right, so a little bit of touch up's going to be necessary after I'm done these. Yeah, South Park. Simpsons used to be really, really good too. Back in the day, and it just got shitty. Like they really leaned into Homer Simpson just being a complete fucking idiot and stuff like that, and they just kind of lost their own way. And I don't know about Family Guy because I haven't watched Family Guy in a long ass time. I mean, there's certain shows that are way ahead of their time when they come out, and then they uh, they either go real shitty later on, or some people don't even realize how good the show is because it may be too cerebral for them when it first comes on. But looking back at it in hindsight, it's like, wow, that wasn't a fucking amazing show. Like Fireflies, like that, where it's like, oh my god, this is one of the best shows I never saw on live television. When the fuck was this on? Why was it canceled? When will there be a second season? There never will be. Um, One of mine though that always blows my fucking mind is that I always thought was fantastic because of the visualizations. And I had already read all the books, including the shittiest last book. But they changed stuff from the book, and it was still a fantastic fucking show. Was Hannibal. I don't know if you guys ever saw that show with Mads Mikkelsen, where Mads Mikkelsen was Hannibal. Show was fucking on another level with iconography, imagery, some of the way they fucking took people out in it, the whole 9 yards. It was fucking pretty good. All right, our barrel bands looking tight, like a tiger. Let's clean up some of this fur. Clean up some of the skin too, it looks like. Look at them fucking eyes. Let me see your fucking head, monkey. Doot, 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 doot. Okay, yes, I gotta go in there black. Gotta go in there with white. Gotta clean up some of these teeth with white. All right, so black, white fur, and skin. Yeah, I got lucky with Breaking Bad. My one buddy, actually Game of Thrones and Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad was in its third season, so that was halfway through the show, and then Game of Thrones was halfway through the second season when I started watching Game of Thrones. My one buddy Guido, he was the one who turned me on to both of them. He's like, "Yo, you've never seen Breaking Bad? What the fuck's wrong with you? It's amazing." I'm like, oh, okay. So Breaking Bad was one of them. And then, like I said, the other one. Shit. Now I gotta figure out. And then Game of Thrones. Like I wasn't sold on Game of Thrones when it first came out. I was like, oh Jesus, Sean Bean's gonna be the main hero. It's gonna go through the whole entire show, all that. And he's like, bro, just watch it. And they cut his. I was like, wait, they killed fucking Ned Stark? Like, what? What am I was like, oh, this show might be interesting. They can kill anybody at any fucking time. Like after killing their main cast, that's on a different level. And in Breaking Bad, it was actually the episode with Saul. When they first brought Saul in. Like when he tells him, he's like, you don't need a lawyer, man. You need a criminal lawyer. Quantum Leap, I watched that live for a couple of seasons, and then they brought in, I want to say it was the Evil Leaper. And when they ended the Evil Leaper story, I was like, yeah, fuck the show. Sliders was one I didn't see till way after it was off the air. And that was a pretty good show up until right around the ending. The ending is where that one kind of fell off because the regular cast went bye-bye. As soon as they did away with the professor, it's kind of where they lost me on that. John Rhys Davies. Yeah, it's a shame with Game of Thrones, though. The ending just, they rushed it. If they had hit, it could have been a good ending if it played out for like 2 more seasons. Could have been a good ending if you didn't fucking like shoot the most important battle in the whole series at night where nobody could see shit and it was just a whole bunch of CG. Could have been a good ending if, but it wasn't. And it's a shame. That show deserved much better. DK, a Donkey Kong. Dude, yeah, the first where Jason Momoa, Count whatever, I can't remember his name. Yeah, yeah, that was like third or fourth episode, I'm going to say, of that show for some reason. Which one did I use for his skin now? Got fur fixed. I'm going to say it was this. Yep. I think it's that. Hopefully it's this. Otherwise, I'll have to dig up the other color for the skin. Right, fix that blowout. Down here, any blowouts? Yeah. Straighten out those fucking toes. Have a good night, Beans. I'm wrapping it up anyway shortly. We're getting there. I'm just finishing touching it. Final touches. Once this sucker gets the overcoat, a lot of stuff will become evident if I don't. It's DK. It's Donkey Kong. Yeah, thank you for watching, Beans. Have a good night. Skin tone is always a pain in the ass. Gotta layer the shit out of it. How's the hands look? They look normal. That one's fixed. Actually, that one's not. That one's fixed, but I drafted a little bit out. I had a happy little accident. Dear Lord. I'm like, why is my voice so harsh? Why am I talking so low key and everything else? And I look at the time and I'm like, oh, I've been doing this for way too long. Portia Ray's like, yo, I got to get kids up and off to school tomorrow. You fuck, hurry up. Everybody in the chat went silent. Everybody's like, I'm falling asleep too, Gam. Hurry up. All right, all I got is. I guess I do got a little bit on that eye I got to fix. I got to fix that ear too. I went in too deep with color. Black and white. Yeah, I know, Sheree. I'm just being silly because it's that time of night. It's that time of night when Normal humans are like, yeah, it's a late asshole. And I'm like, oh, I wonder what anime series came up this at 2 in the morning. I've been watching way too much anime. They're all starting to blend together. There. Square up these eyes too. Square up them damn eyes. Get this little back channel painted. All right. Now I can kind of go over this ear again in a second when that black dries and see if I can't pull out the actual natural. Of course not. It's not going to let me do it. Damn you, Donkey Kong. It's a little better. I actually like the left side ear better than I do the right. A little too far on it. Dear Lord. Unacceptable. I gotta wait for that to dry, then I can hit that with skin tone. Jesus. Jesus Christos. Sorry, guys. I know it got quiet there. I'm just focusing to see if I can't fix shit. Like, oh, there's this little tiny blowout in here. That's white. I'm going to have to fix that one with. Yeah, he's almost done. Death Clock? Yeah. I never watched the ending. The best character on Metalocalypse, that's what you mean by Death Clock, I'm guessing. The best character out of all of them is either William Murderface or my name is Dr. Roxo, and I'm the rock and roll clown, and I do cocaine. Yeah. If you guys have never seen Metalocalypse, just watch the Dr. Roxo episodes. You'll understand. He's basically like a parody of David Lee Roth. David Lee Roth and whatchamacallit from Motley Crue. What's dude's name from Motley Crue? Murderface, Murderface, Murderface. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo, doodle-doo. Pickles drummer. He's Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown, and he does cocaine. Damn it. I hate doing the teeth on shit like this where it's like this little tiny line in the middle of all the teeth. Gotta be so fucking gentle when doing these damn teeth. You made a dude, that's awesome. You made a meme of it. What was the meme like? It only took one man to fuck this monkey up or this gorilla up. Do 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 do. Yeah, see, like, I don't know. I look back in history too. Now, the more I think about that stupid fucking debate, right? Like, Danny was bringing it up because I guess it's trending now or some shit, right? But the more I think about it, it's like you do realize our ancestors with fucking basically sticks tipped with sharp stones fucking took down woolly mammoths, right? Like we do realize this, and it wasn't like 100 of them. It was much less than that, and that's a much bigger, stronger, more powerful animal. Oh, yeah. That's the other thing. You know, through that whole thing, I never even said this. Why don't you just kick it in the nuts? Hard as you can. Hit some gorilla nuts. And so I kicked the gorilla right in the nuts. Oh, unarmed. Okay, well, like I said, still you could still do it. It would just, like I said, not at the cost. You would lose people. People would lose limbs and all that, and it would also depend on the hunters. Like if they were smart, clever, and determined and angry enough, or they don't, but they could take down one gorilla, 100 of them with no weapons. Look, if Arnold Schwarzenegger can kill the predator using makeshift traps from the trees, then I think 100 guys can figure that shit out and take down one stupid gorilla. Because it's DK. It's Donkey Kong, king of the jungle, and he might be alone. Doot, 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 doot. There you go, guys. What do you think? Like I said, I would even say send a group of menopausal women against that gorilla, see how long it lasts. Get them both in a shot. I think I can, and I can. Although, no, I don't have light on Donkey. Move him back. Oh, Donkey, you fell down and died. Oh, you bastard. You killed Donkey Kong, you bastard. Up these, and for Donkey not to fall the fuck over onto it. Might definitely help. Put your little head back on. Chill, man. It's okay. What the hell's up with this thing? Started to loosen. Yeah. Try and get the shot right. A little bit more light on him. Let me see. Crank this up a little bit. High as it'll go. What about you? Do you have an adjuster? High as that'll go. All right. Ooh. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually surprised he didn't come out all fucked up. I think he came out all right. I guess I should turn on the one for the Eye of Agamotto. Little picture thing I got. Smoke my cigarette. Call it a night, boys and girls. If you're still here for the thank you and the thank you. Hey, Rebel, I'm glad you like my wood. Thanks, boss. Yeah, it was a good call on that too, because I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, it does not look dark enough for a barrel. And then you said something, and I'm like, oh yeah, now I really got to re-examine this shit if other people are seeing it too. It was cut off. 6. You need me to, or you want me to listen to the voice message, or you want to re-record it? Nice. That's fucking awesome, Rebel. 100 fucking human skulls. Let me look. Because I just looked in there. Where did you. I see Beans is the last one to leave a voice message. I'm not seeing yours, brother. Like I'm on the Discord right now. I didn't see it. I see Sherere. Yeah, I would have played it, Rebel. I don't know where that voice message is. You left it in your other pants. Sure you did. He takes no prisoners. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Good old Donkey Kong. All let me see. Let me find one. I don't know if these play like I think they're gonna play. Like
100 humans? That's it? That's all you send me is 100 humans? I'll put them right in this barrel. Ha 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 ha!
something like that. The weirdest one out of all these things here, and now granted, I found out I don't know if this shit'll play through. I'm gonna try one. I just want to see if this plays through because I've been screwing around with this a little bit. But if this works, then I'm gonna have to create my own sounds and stuff. But yeah, check this out. Let's see if this plays. This is what it sounds like out in Alien's backyard. Actually, it sounds like that out in my backyard too. If it bleeds, we can kill it now. Get to the chopper. All right, let's see. 6 said he's something. It's 6 cent something.
I was just thinking about
Oh, fuck. You can't do that when I'm smoking. I'll die. So when I was going through all these things, here's the one that really is weird. It's called Synth Robot, right?
But it turns everything into like this weird like sound effect that sounds like a synthesizer. Like, yeah, I feel like I should be Peter Frampton going wah 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 wah.
It's just weird. Yeah, it's weird though. Like I was listening to it or I was screwing with it earlier. The other one was I can't remember. I think it's this one. This one was weird too.
It's like if you're in a dream and you're thinking of visiting the spirit realm, and all of a sudden this kind of voice comes for you. Like, no, you ate the brown acid. Bad idea.
Yeah, it does sound like RFK. That one is fucked up. I think it was this one. I think this is the one that was fucked up though. If I remember correct, I think it's this one that I got to think of something to say.
Come over here. Let me see where you are. Oh, yeah, that's it. Undress real slow. Oh, I'm feeling good.
Yeah, that one's kind of creepy. Should call into ABL one night with one of these things on. Call them up. Just trying to remember which one it is.
This is the one that's almost like Freddy Krueger. You can run, but you can't hide, bitch. Like that.
Call on the ABL like,
Anthony, I heard you messing with my girl Candace. You know it's coming for you, right?
oh, there you go, six. That's a good call. The Dream Master, dude. That'd be well. Actually, to tell you the truth, I have those teddy bears. Remember, I got to do my one daughter. My daughter-in-law is all in the horror, so she got like the pyramid head. I still got to print a second pyramid head for six too. But I have all these like there's like a Freddy bear, a Jason bear, there a whole bunch of different like teddy bears that are all horror inspired.
One, two, Freddy's coming for you. 3, 4, better lock your door. 5, 6, grab your crucifix. 7, 8, gonna stay up late. 9, 10, never sleep again.
Gotta love that. But yeah. Oh. And my dog's yelling at me now. He's like, motherfucker, we should have been asleep an hour ago. What are you doing? He's all mad at me. What, high ones? Like, there is this one. I call it my
Ben Shapiro. This is the Ben Shapiro. So anyway, guys, I gotta tell you real quick that, we all gotta invest in Israel. And we've gotta give Israel all our extra money. And, any money that Donald Trump finds from Doge, he needs to invest into Israel. So we can go bomb and blow up Muslims all across the world. Yay, Israel!
Oh, poor Poppers. Sitting there whining at me. I turn around, put my hand out. He walks up to it. He just wanted some lovin's. Actually, he's probably got a shit. But, it's okay. It's the end of the show anyway. Well, thank you guys. I do appreciate you tuning in. Hopefully you guys had fun bullshitting and catching up on, well, not really any fucking news going on other than just bullshitting. And I'm happy. I'm happy for all you guys and thankful for all you guys who watched all the way through. Shout out to the greatest mods on these internets. Sheree. Epic. But yeah, I think we're going to call that a night. I mean, we're pushing 3 in the morning on the East Coast. Thank you again for tuning in and watching. Sheree, thank you again for being an amazing moderator. 6, Rebel, everybody else who's out there. There's still like 5 more people out there watching. Appreciate all you guys, even if you're on the back play and watching it later. I'll be back next week. I'll be doing a giant ass frog monster thing. And that's it. Everybody try and have a good week. We got Mother's Day next week and all that stuff. Everybody be good. Hang in there. Thank you again. I couldn't do this shit without you. So everybody hang tough. Enjoy the weekend. Until next time, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys.